Put the blame on me. Oh, but guys, we got some data mine leaks, boys. We got some data mined leaks. Let me see. I heard that there's like some stuff with like potential ascendancy leaks and like potential class information leaks as well. Data mine leaks, boys. But I don't know how to get there to find those things. But all I can say is that there's, well, I don't want to spoil anything if anybody doesn't want to see those leaks. Let's just keep it to the skills themselves as opposed to the class stuff. I mean, there's some stuff that's like potentially pointing towards one direction, but like not really. I don't know. It's never guaranteed. Is there new skills or just old stuff? This is all new stuff. This is all new stuff. So like axe chop, axe execute, cleave, like cast on melee stun. This is all stuff that wasn't in the game before that is now in the game, or like in the files. Guys, I can send a link when it comes to ascendancies. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, link it. Link it. Let's jump into the fire. Let's see here. Oh yeah, this stuff. I do. Yeah, this was what I were looking at, right? It's like they added Druid ascendancy names, and then so it's like that, and I think there's a Huntress ascendancy as well for like Beastmaster or something like that. Is there any skills that make Witch or Huntress elude? No. Unless you talk about Demon Form. That it was removed during maintenance makes me very suspicious that it's real. Too many people saw the info for it to be a hoax. Yeah, so here's the stuff, right? So they have Beastmaster Ascendancy, Martial Artist Ascendancy, Harbinger Ascendancy, Shaman Ascendancy, and Wild Heart Ascendancy. So this is obviously Druid. This is Martial Artist Monk. And this is Beastmaster Huntress. There's quite a bit of stuff coming out. Leaks. Can't wait for new leaks. Same. Are these legit? Yeah, this is on the PoE2 database. This is all on like Datamined stuff. So like, it could just be like something that is like, oh, it just got added to the game, but it doesn't really mean anything. But it also could just be like, actually, like, hey, here's like potentially new stuff coming. I mean, it seems pretty likely that it's something that's coming because it just pretty much matches what we're expecting, right? If we're expecting Druid, then they added the stuff like in the game, like because we had a big patch last night or the night before that had like, a significant amount of data, and people just data mine that from that. It was Ollie. Yeah, exactly. Data mine is legit, but it doesn't actually mean that this stuff will be in the game. Like this patch. It might be in a future patch, but like it doesn't mean that it's coming this patch. But it is a little bit suspicious that the stuff that they data mined are Druid, right? Druid. And then we had the stuff leaked earlier about martial artists as well. And then, yeah, Beast Master is kind of the only new thing that we kind of like is from complete left field. But like the fact that after the recent update, they had the files in there to talk about Druid is a little bit interesting. Are we doing Druid if they add it? Oh, 100%. 100%. Hoping a Blast Po 2 500 plus hours in 0.3? Hope so. Hearing so much conflicted stuff, but I really hoping it's real. Martial Arts Monk is a dream for me. Yo, I'm looking forward to it so much. And yo, what's up, Chappie? No new classes and only Ascendancies of the older class. Where are the Chinese 0.3? They played 0.3. That I'm not. Those are really all just speculation. I doubt they would actually like leak that information. It just feels like it's too. I don't know. It feels like to me it's too much. Like I doubt they would leak that. Listen to this. But yeah, it's interesting. We will have to see. Like they obviously they don't have any like, you know, this is what this does, this is what that does, right? But they at least have like what the Ascendancy tree will look like. And like the fact that they just have it in the game is just very interesting. I missed anything? I mean, we're just going over some of the new leaks or like the Datamined stuff that you know, have been added to the game. So that we'll see what happens there. I personally think this is a pretty strong signal that we're probably going to be getting stuff in this direction. But other than that, they also data mined a bunch of new gems that seem very interesting. Again, these gems could be in the game. They could not be in the game. Who knows, right? This is just new stuff that they data mine. Because if you think about it this way, they have had things like Dark Pact data mined since 0.1. So like there's no guaranteed any of this stuff is actually going to be in the game. Because we have had stuff that has been on PoE2 database since like the beginning of time. I want to ignite support that causes ignite to break armor. Call it melting point. New companion mercenary gem looks pretty interesting. Not really excited with Druid, so I just go Huntress, new Ascendancy, or Grenadier. We'll see. I do think crossbows are probably going to get a significant buff. I mean, they did get a buff last season, but like at the same time, they're still fairly weak. I think they're good. They're going to want to do something with crossbow. So, and here's another thing, right? If you think of like, I remember seeing cast while channeling in like the thing that they did their Druid showcase off of. So maybe this is another thing pointing towards Druid. Who knows? Organized based on Billy videos, 10-cent trial experience. Trial lasts 3 to 4 hours. Covers the 4th chapter, season mechanics, and a few maps. No Druid, no more support skills, move boost. It's hard to say, man. It's so hard to say. I doubt they would, like, the people who are over there doing that would actually let that leak. Like, let anything important leak. Like, it just doesn't make sense. Maybe it is. Who knows? You never know, right?
Stores.
Any BP codes? No, I did not get any Blue Protocol codes, unfortunately. But yeah, it's really hard to tell like what's real and what's not. The only real stuff that we can really say is like, you know, in the game or will be in the game at some point is this stuff. Rolling out until the 20th. Did we see anything about mapping or towers? No, they didn't release any of that stuff. That stuff will all be released on Wednesday during live stream. Right now, the only stuff that we can really get from like data mine is just like, you know, classes information and like skill information and stuff like that. And again, you know, though this is all just like this will be in the game at some point probably, but doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be 0.3. I miss Grim Feast. Demon Magus looks powerful. Yeah, let's take a look at these skills, right? So Axe Chop, very, very simple. This is probably just like the basic attack or something like that. Or actually, this is probably not the basic attack. This, I don't know. This is probably a skill. Melee Strike, chance to cause bleeding. Yo, what's up, Mr. Elf? This is, let's see, perform a heavy melee attack, dealing massive damage to enemies on low life. Okay, this looks like some sort of like culling ability. Axe Cleave. Ready your axe. Like, this is all axe stuff, which I don't think is going to be in the game anytime soon, right? Because this is all Marauder stuff, which I'm pretty sure they're not adding Marauder. We'll see, and you can see like all the skills and like the icons are very placeholder, so it's probably not going to be coming anytime soon. Did they change Grim Feast? I'm not sure. Nah, it literally just says this is a skill we disable, we'll work it and renable it soon. Still no new information on Grim Feast. Still no new info. What does Mercenary even be supposed to be? I don't know. So yeah, none of these stuff seem like they're going to be in the game. Cast on Melee Stun, though. This looks promising. Potentially something that is going to be in the game for 0.3. There's an icon for it and everything. There's even like a gem, like a gem thingy, like the how it looks in your inventory. So this looks pretty suspect about like potentially being in the game. Gains energy when you stun enemies with melee attacks and triggers socketed spells upon reaching maximum energy. Potentially more Mjolnir stuff, who knows? This is another axe thing, probably not. Lingering Presence. Support skills which apply to allies or enemies within your presence, causing effects applied in your presence to linger. Effects from supported skills which apply to allies or enemies within your presence will linger on for 3 seconds after they leave your presence. So it really just seems like potentially like I mean, it's like interesting for like the allies or enemies, because if you're doing like a presence aura thing, a lot of times you're like trying to kill them within like melee range anyways, or like they're not really like, you're killing them before they leave your presence, let's just say. So I don't know how useful this will be outside for like supporting your allies. Probably less so like enemy stuff. Withering Presence, yeah. I guess it could make Withering Presence a lot more consistent, but I don't see a world where we keep it, like we put it on for 15 spirit. I don't see a world where it's worth 15 spirit. Blasphemy, well, the thing is, like, a lot of times when you have Blasphemy, you're probably killing them before they exit your range anyways, is my feeling. And also, Blasphemy is not based off your presence aura, if I remember correctly. Is it? Let me take a look. Yeah, no, it's just an aura around you. It's not based off of presence. This is presence. Anything that has to do with presence. Interaction with shape-shifting and effects lasting a bit longer after you shift in or out of form. Maybe. Less than 38 hours till stream. Can't wait. Same. Summon Wolf looks like a complete skill. What do you think it will be the best character to start with? It's really hard to say at this point. It's really hard to say. But I think, like, given, like, the history of, like, what we've seen in the past 2 seasons, probably something like Warrior is pretty solid. Invoker is also going to be pretty solid. Like, those 2 classes historically have been very solid to start off with. Druids are going to have minions. Oh, yeah. Druids are going to have basically 3 archetypes, right? They're going to have a caster archetype, like a human form archetype. They're going to have a summon archetype, and they're going to have a transform archetype. Good morning, Zen. Wish for daggers. Help keep the attacking minions buff while you flat damage. Oh, yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, for... Well, It's like allies in your presence, so it's like all supporting stuff. Potentially minion stuff. Potentially minion stuff could be interesting too. That way, your minions, if they like stray too far away from you, can still be somewhat useful. Cumby Miso Cumbing. They dropped Beastmaster Ragers. I'm sure gonna play that for or the Druid summons. Yeah, if they do Beastmaster, though Beastmaster's not gonna be Ranger, it's Huntress. Either way, I know what you mean. We're gonna ask these on PoE 2 DB. PoE 2 DB. Invoker's fine as long as you don't fuck yourself with Ice Strike Bell. Let's see here. Overwhelming Force. This one doesn't really say anything for it, so we're gonna go on to next. Shielding Cry. Perform a war cry empowering subsequent shield attacks. Oh, if there are enemies nearby. Consumes all endurance charges to empower additional attacks. Empowered skills perform a counterattack on hit or block, consuming 1 empower. Empowers the next melee attack you perform, plus an additional 3 attacks per endurance charge it perform. Okay, additional effects. Let's see. Plus damage to base offhand physical damage. Added physical damage per 15 armor or evasion rating. Added physical damage per 15 armor on shield. Huh. Interesting. So, like, potentially more shield stuff, which is cool. Like, maybe they're going to add more shield attacking skills. Now, this is just, again, it's not your own armor. It's not armor of your character. It's armor of the shield and an evasion rating of the shield. It looks like if you're running like an evasion shield for this, you're only getting 1 instance of the added physical damage with the line plus 8 added to physical damage per 15 armor evasion. But if you're running physical, you get the double dip basically. You get 8 added damage per 15 armor and 6 added damage per 15 armor. So ideally, you're going to be using this with an armor-based shield. Shield is cool. I like shield stuff. What do you think on a Cyclone build? We're not going to be getting Cyclone until swords come out, unfortunately. Now, the thing is, right, in this game, nobody really uses Warcry while mapping, so this is probably purely going to be a bossing 1 versus 1, like 1-on-1 damage type of situation. So this is purely going to be for single target, from what I can tell. Now, unless there was something that'll let us like auto war cry, which at the moment there isn't. This is going to be purely just made for like single target or like trying to take down a big enemy or something like that. You're probably never going to be using it during mapping. At least when you get your character scaled to a certain point. Maybe while you're doing campaign, maybe while you're doing like early maps and your character just isn't scaled super high or super strong, you might use this. But the other thing is, again, we also had this skill technically in 0.1. So we don't know if this is going to be something that comes with this patch. At least that's what it says here. It's been here since 0.1. I don't know if this has been here. I don't remember seeing this skill before, but still interesting. Read the next one. Spitting Inferno. converts physical damage to fire damage, 0.21 seconds fire total attack time. This one's a hard to say. It's hard to say whether this one will be in here or not. If it is, that'll be cool, but I don't think this is going to be a cyclone. It's probably going to be like a sweep attack. You know, on like PoE 1, there's sweep, right? You press it once and it just sweeps in a circle around you. Because like cyclone is a cyclone type skills are channeling skills, right? This is not a channeling skill. So it's probably just going to be like a sweep attack around you. Coming in hot like that. Again, there's a 0.1 version. I've never seen this before, so we'll see if this ends up coming. This is a Mace's skill though. Yeah, like fire sweep basically. Can I share the link? Let me just pin this, right? Here it is. I'm going to pin this on YouTube, and then I'll also pin it on Twitch in case anybody wants to go here and look at it themselves. Better than Cyclone? I don't know. I could clear 5 maps L's with that total attack time listed on the skill. Is it a really slow attack time? Plus 0.21 seconds of total attack time. Holy. This thing better have like an AoE that covers the entire screen for that type of attack time. Jeez. That's insane. That is absolutely insane. But it's a mace skill. It makes sense that it's slow, but come on. What does DNT mean? I'm actually not entirely sure what does DNT mean. Oh, do not translate. Is that what it means? Let's see here. Spitting throw, spiral throw. These are all like very like probably not coming anytime soon. Okay, let's see here. Time Rot. Buffs from supported skills cause those affected to gain Time Rot every half second. Time Rot reduces armor and evasion by 5% per stack. Time Rot is removed when buff from supported skill is removed. Every stack of Time Rot grants Reparation. Reparation grants more armor and evasion per stack. Reparation gain lasts 0.5 seconds per Time Rot lost. Is this legit? Yeah, this is all in the game files. Again, one thing just for anybody who is trickling in right now, these are all data mined skills, but it doesn't mean that these skills will be coming in 0.3. Just again, very much a heads up. These are data mined skills. They are things that were added to the game, basically, right? They were added to the game files, but it doesn't mean that they're coming, which again, one thing that I want to show you as an example is Dark Pact. Dark Pact was a skill. If you look at PoE2DB, you can see Dark Pact is a skill gem, but at the same time, we have never had this skill in the game. So it's like, just because it's on this website doesn't mean it's already on the game. In the game. So this was been here since 0.1. I remember like I was like trying to look up skills to make cool builds off of. I was like, oh god, Dark Pact is really cool from PoE 1. I want to see if I can make a skill build around it. And then it's like, wait, there's no such thing as Dark Pact. So this is all stuff that's just like, this is probably going to be in the game at some point, but unsure when. Some of it very much well could be in 0.3. Okay. Bring Darkback back? Yo, seriously, Darkback's like a cool skill. Beast Tamer is real. Coming point 3 allows you to increase companion limit and has some cool as Mary Spirit stuff. I mean, that would be sick. All right, Undermine. Supports attack skills. Supportive skills consume maim on hit. Interesting. Okay, that maim is pretty easy to get. Breaking a percentage of maim target's armor and doing so, support skills cannot themselves inflict maim. So it's an armor break skill that is based off of maim. This is really interesting because like there's, especially for like non-melee skills, armor break is kind of like can be a little bit of a hard thing to get. So being able to break armor off of maimed enemies could be interesting. Like you have, and maybe, you know, you never know, they might change this on the tree, right? You never know. But maim is pretty consistently gotten if you get this node right here, maiming strike. So this could be a very, very viable way to just get like damage multipliers without doing anything. Any shadow skills? Nothing so far. I mean, there's nothing like, you know, there's nothing that's showing like Druid skills. There's nothing showing shadow skills, nothing like that. All of these are for existing, pretty much existing stuff, other than like the axe stuff, which I don't think is coming anytime soon. What am I cooking on POB? Oh, nothing. This is just an old build. This was my Flicker Strike build. It was a bliss. Oh, is it down more, the Druid stuff? Oh, there are some stuff here. Like Blade Dance, Blade Nova. This is all stuff that would be Shadow. Yeah, all this stuff would be Shadow. There's like Flail stuff here too. Again, which is why like none of this stuff is really like, hey, this is going to be coming in 0.3. This is just like stuff that is added to the game. Yo, what's up, Mr. Bucket? How's it going? Heard Druid is not going to come, but I still have hope. If not Druid. Wait, why do you think Druid's not going to come? Okay, vulnerable extension. Support buff skills with duration. Supported skills have increased effect, but the longer they've been active, the more damage the buff recipient will take. So, buffs from supported skills grant increased damage taken per quarters have been active, but the supported skills have a 30% increased buff effect. Huh. Interesting. I wonder if that counts for like cold infusion and lightning infusion and stuff like not the cold infusion. I like when you get what is it called? When you use like freezing mark and stuff like that. And like not freezing mark. What's the support gem that gives you like increased lightning damage, increased ice damage? It's like hypothermia or something like that, right? Or I have it on this one. I have it on here. I'll just look it up. Novel take mark. It's where is it? I'm trying to find it. It's probably in Herald of Thunder. Yeah, Ice Bite. There we go. Ice Bite. I wonder if it works on like Ice Bite and things like that. Because like technically the buff comes from like the support gem and not the skill itself. So I wonder if it works that way. Moose make data binds. Doing all right. How about you? I'm good. I'm good. We're looking at new exciting things. So Cyclone in yet? I want spin? No. Cyclone's not going to be in here until like probably close to release of the game. But yeah, I wonder if that works for that stuff, because that would be like interesting. 30% increased buff effect for like those buffs could be pretty strong. But then you could also do things like what is it called? Like scavenge plating potentially could be like another thing that gets buff from this. But 2% increased damage, you definitely have to like see if scavenge plating can like like the increased effect, the 30% increased effect will outdo like the extra damage you're taking. Check out Knife Flip, looks pretty cool. Fires a fat arc of knives in front of the caster, which deals physical damage. Leaves a lingering blade on the ground for every projectile fired. Fires 7 projectiles. Maximum of 40 lingering blades can be left on the ground at once. That kind of feels like, in a way, kind of like Spear Field, kind of. But it's like a spell version of Spear Field. Kind of feels that way to me. But it's a spell, so it's gonna have flat damage. We'll see. It does look kind of interesting. At first, I thought it was Ethereal Knives looking, but it's not Ethereal Knives. Because I don't think Ethereal Knives leaves anything on the ground. 1 second cast time is insane. Heard you were looking for waifu skin or character. I'm not. This is not what we're looking for. Oh, it does? Really? Whoops, not pole. PoE. Yeah, it doesn't leave it on the ground. It just fires an arc of knives outwards in front of the caster, which deals physical damage. I mean, everything on here is legit the same. It's like, that's probably why I thought it was Ethereal Knives, because the actual icon is the same, and the gem is the same, like the little sprite that they used for it. But it's definitely not the same as Ethereal Knives. Yeah. It looks pretty cool. Probably more shadow stuff to come. Did they remove that? I don't think they ever had that in Ethereal Knives. I don't think Ethereal Knives ever did that. Okay, let's see here. Infusion. 30% more buff effect. Huh. What is the difference between this one and this one? This is literally just a better version of this. Wait a second. Because this has a negative, and this doesn't have a negative. I see. Okay, this one's just for persistent buff effects. So this is for like auras and shit like that, I guess. Yeah, this is just for like auras, gem skills and stuff. This one is for like any skill. So for like regular skills. I'm gonna start Shadow first, seeing like Druid will be difficult to settle Axe. Well, we don't know if Shadow's gonna come. Yo, what's up, Blue? Do you guys think Ancestral Spears will get a buff because of Act 4? Hopefully. I mean, I think Ancestral Spear is so cool. Blasphemy Temp Chains would go crazy with Infusion. Yeah. You do this with like Heightened Curse. Like, it could be pretty insane. It could be pretty damn insane. The face of PoE2 is live. I wish. All right, Fusilade. Support bow skills that you use yourself. Supported attacks fire multiple projectiles in the air. Supported skills fire an arrow upwards, then hits the ground. Supported skills fire 4 additional projectiles, have 20% less skill speed, can only be used with bows. So, like, does this kind of turn every skill kind of like into like an arrow rain, I guess? Kind of like, I think it turns every skill into like lightning rod type of like animation, right? Basically, like, every single skill turns like, it's kind of like multiple projectiles from PoE1, where it just adds multiple projectiles to your skills. But like, the difference is that instead of flying forward, it'll fly up and down, which has a downside because it is slower, right? There's a travel time to the skills, but then it gives you the ability to do more AoE with it. Why didn't I get heart frames for my glasses? That's going to give off too much of an image that I feel like people already have mistaken about me. You still think Act 6 is going to be this patch? I think in Act 4 and 5. We'll see. Again, I think it's definitely possible that they leave it out, but like it just feels weird for them to leave out Act 6 because I'm pretty sure we know that Act 6 is supposed to be like one of the shortest acts in the game. So like when would they add Act 6? Good to sleep, Sue. What do you think of the strength skills? You did those first, right? Yeah, I did the strength skills first. They are looking kind of okay, to be honest. Not super interesting. I think the best one that I saw is maybe Undermine is probably the one that has most potential. And Shield and Cry looks cool, but it's kind of we'll see how this goes. And again, none of these are guaranteed to be in the game, so it's hard to say. Gas on melee stun could potentially be something that we use with Mjolnir or something like that. Got 15 raids in Moa. One more day. Was that a long time? Mostly what we do today? We are doing some skill, the Datamined stuff and taking a look at them. Yeah, this one actually looks really cool. This bow skill, I really think is cool. Is it gonna be meta? It's a little bit hard. It's a little bit hard to say. I probably actually don't think it's gonna be meta because like if you think about it this way, right? Well, let's just say it won't be the fastest clear in the game. I think Lightning Arrow, unless it gets nerfed, is still going to be the fastest clearing skill in the game, and it does not need Fusilade. But I do think that this is going to make certain bow skills more viable because you're going to be able to add more projectiles to it without taking away from like damage and things like that. Though less skill speed is also kind of rough because if you think about it this way, what was it? Scatter shot, right? Less attack speed, cast speed is rough, but the thing is we don't get this less damage. Again, this is one of the biggest reasons why Shatter Shot is really tough. So because we don't get that with this could be, again, very, very interesting. It will have to be a situation where you have to rely on things like heralds and stuff to really carry. But like we kind of already do that anyway. So yeah, I think this will be really cool. I hope they revert Scattershot. Like, oh, to like 20% less damage instead of 35. We'll see. I don't know. Like the thing is, even if they revert Scattershot, I feel like Scattershot's just like not a very attractive skill to use in general, just because of like such big negatives. Less attack speed, cast speed, plus less damage. I never like using scat. If I have a choice to not use Scattershot on something, I will not use it unless it's something that can shotgun. If it can shotgun, then using Scattershot is fine. But if it can't shotgun, it is rough. Good for like Poison Arrow. Yeah, this will definitely be good for things like Poison Arrow, Poison Burst Arrow, Gas Arrow. Like this is definitely gonna be like a really good one for that. Especially because Scattershot is already Scattershot is already something you want to use on Gas Arrow because it stacks together. This will be a great option for something like that. And Gas Arrow is also not one that like flies out to like the entire screen either. It's going to be something that like, you know, you shoot at a target on the ground. So this is basically that, except it's just going to be a little bit slower. With additional arrows on bows, we a Fusilade 4 after. I feel like it's probably just going to be a flat increase because it just fires 4 additional projectiles. But I could very much see it being another way. Nothing is free. Everything has negatives. How problematic are projectiles are flying above quarters of melee attacks? Will be stuck on the storm wave. Projectile will always be faster and clearing the end. Yeah. Projectile attacks will always be faster. Okay. Elemental Siphon. Dash to an enemy and nullify the resistance. Hitting an enemy with positive elemental resistance will reduce their highest elemental resistance to 0 for a duration and triggers infuse weapon, granting your spear the maximum possible elemental infusion corresponding with a remove resistance. If this skill doesn't remove resistances, its cooldown is reset. This cannot be ancestrally boosted. This is like a weird one. I don't know if this is going to be anything that's meta for like I can't see this being meta. I can't see this being useful. Because, like, this gives me, like, vibes of, like, what is it called? That there's that one skill that they added for the spear that gives you frenzy charges. It's like an unarmed skill, I think. Not parry, not parry. Let's see, what is it called? Not combat frenzy. Let's see where it is. Coal of the Weak, this one. Because, like, this basically is like you dash an enemy, run through them, coal their enemies with life low, and it gives you a frenzy charge, right? This kind of reminds me of that, where, like, it's a single target skill where you nullify their resistances, right? And you get infused weapon. So it's like you hit an enemy, you get charges of infused weapon to use going forward. So it's kind of like a combo skill. But, like, my thing is, like, I feel like nullifying elemental resistances is very not... It's not valuable in this game because you have things like Beacon. Have you seen the leak where there's only Act 4? It's not really a leak. It was confirmed that it was just speculation. So here. So if you look at this, right? This was the thing with the Act 4 leak or whatever, right? Because it provided, let's see. It provided this image. It provided this image. But the thing is, the person who posted this already confirmed that it was just speculation. And that's why the post got deleted. So yeah. It's already, it's not really like, it was just a content creator who made it. It was literally just a content creator. And you could see the content creator, it was this. It was this guy.
新职业德鲁伊是明示还是暗示？0.3.0版本会给你端上。
It's just this guy. He just made it. It's not a leak, guys. It was purely just made up. It's purely just made up. Height killed again. Is that an actual dash? This one? I don't know. I think it might be a melee skill. I don't think it's an actual dash. Like, it's gonna be attack that, like, you can use, like, normally, but again, I just don't see this being anything, like, valuable with the existence. And they very might well nerf this, though, so maybe it's gonna be more valuable than I thought. But Beacon of Aziz, like, as long as you have this, there's zero reason why you would use that. Same with what is it called? Sacred Flame, right? As long as Sacred Flame exists, enemies in resistance and your presence resist elemental damage based on a lower resistance. This just basically does nothing. There's no reason why you'd even use it. Can I translate it real quick? I'm sorry, I'm a fake Chinese, guys. I'm fake Chinese. Any idea what the GG livestream Twitch will drop will be? Enemy info? Yeah, there is. It actually got released. So the GGG Twitch drop, is gonna be this right here. So it's this finisher effect. So this is gonna be the Twitch drop, basically. What's your opinion of Diablo 4? I'm not a fan of it. But there's people who would enjoy it. I think there's an audience, but that audience is just not me. New Monk Ascendancy goes Avatar. Datamined skills, yep. Twitch drop Frame Eater. Actually cool drop this time? Yeah, it's pretty decent. PoE 1 drop is better than this one? I agree. I agree. I do think the PoE 1 drop is better. Okay, yeah. So I don't think this is going to be useful. The fact that we have like Sacred Flame and we have Beacon of Aziz, I feel like this skill is just going to be very lacking. We'll see though. Maybe these get nerfed, right? There's definitely a huge chance that both of these get nerfed. I'm not gonna lie. There's probably a chance that both of these uniques just get gutted. All right. Let's see. Detonate Minion. Detonate an allied minion whose current life is below a threshold, dealing heavy damage to nearby enemies. I don't see this being useful ever either. I don't see this thing ever being useful. I just yeah. I don't see this being ever useful. When are you gonna be like, oh, my minion over there is like below a certain threshold? I'm gonna click this on there. Like this is never useful. This is a skeleton. Oh yeah, this is. Is this the skeleton? Arsonist active? I have not played a skeleton arsonist, so I don't know. If it is, I mean, there has the image of the skeleton arsonist in there, so that makes sense. You have it? Okay. Chance to freeze? Titanic arrows. Support bow skills to impact the ground, triggering stunning novas. Supported skills have 30% less attack speed, 60% less. Oh my god, that's disgusting. And then skills trigger Titanic arrow on impact, 200% more stun buildup. Yeah, I don't see the skill being useful at all. Like, nobody cares about stunning. Who cares about stun when you just kill the enemy? You know what I mean? That looks disgusting. Might as well write support skills can't be used anymore. You use Inferno Legion in the support, stops minion from dying, and maybe you could detonate them. Let's see. Support skills are instead used by Spectral Clone. Interesting. I don't see, like... I'm just trying to imagine, like, what this looks like and, like, what the use cases would be for this. It's really hard for me to see, like, a really good use case for this. Because, like, this basically takes a skill that you use, and then it summons a clone, and then that clone uses a skill instead of you. But, like... And it's, like, interesting they call it Spectral Palm, because it's not a palm strike skill, right? It's just a support skill that summons a clone that does the skill for you. New Monk Ascendancy gets clones, Pog. We'll see. It sounds cool, but it's going to be hard to see. Like, I need to see this in action to actually be able to tell what it's supposed to do. Now my minions can throw Lightning Spear instead of me. Huge. Sphere Vortex perform a sweeping spear attack, which draws in enemies in range closer to you. Seems kind of bad. Not going to lie. Spear Discharge. throwing a spear imbued with all your weapons' elemental infusion, consuming them. At the end of its flight, the spear explodes or one of each infusion consumed. The explosion gains benefit from all consumed infusions. Throwing multiple spears will split the explosions among them. This seems kind of cool. I like this. I don't know how good it is because I never played any like spear build with elemental infusion last league. As I know people used it, but I just don't know how good it was in terms of like the overall like meta. Are these real leaks? Well, so this again, I feel like I need to preface this every now and then. This is like a data mine, so these are real skills that are already like have been patched into the game. But the thing is, just because they're in the game files doesn't mean they're coming out in 0.3. Some of them very might well come out in 0.3. We don't know. But they're just basically skills that are put into the game files that may come in 0.3, may not come in 0.3, may never come out. Who knows, right? But they just were skills that were put into the game files. So they exist, yes. So it's not just like it's not a leak per se, but it's not guaranteed to come. I bet some of these skills and supports they've been testing and they get added probably would have heavy modification. It's possible. It's probably a dumb question if we know if they fix CPU issues. I mean, it runs. I haven't had any CPU issues, but maybe I also upgraded my computer recently. Basically, alpha phase needs more testing than active. Potentially, yeah. Because, like, you gotta, like... Yeah, it's just skills that have been added in the game. Alright, Manaforge shots. Triggers socketed bow attacks upon reaching full mana. After triggering socketed gems this way, they cannot do so again until reaching 1% of maximum mana. Is 100 spirit reservation. So basically, this seems pretty useless. Because, like, I don't know. Is this a PoE 1 thing? Manaforge arrows? Let's see. Support skills are added to the trigger when you spent enough mana in total on the other bow skills. Cannot modify the skill, the minion. Yeah. Okay, so this is similar to the PoE 1 one, but it's nowhere near as good. Because basically what it says is it'll trigger a bow attack when reaching full mana, right? So, you know, to show a little paint diagram on this, right? Get a pirate software out here. You have your little mana globe, right? You have a little mana globe. Actually, we use this. You got a little mana globe, right? And then you got your mana. Normally, your mana is like filled up like this, right? You got your full mana. So what ends up happening is this skill says whenever you reach full mana, it triggers the bow attack. So let's say, you know, your mana is like right here, right? When it heals up to full, it'll shoot out a bow attack. Okay? But then it doesn't use it again until it reaches 1% of maximum mana. So it doesn't do it again until your bow, your mana goes down to like here. This is what you need to do to refresh it. Take your mana down to like 0, and then the next time it goes back up to max, then it'll trigger. That sounds pretty rough. Yeah, Manaforge and PoE1, like the one in PoE1 sounds very interesting, right? Because it's just, hey, you know, when you use enough mana, right, it will trigger an attack. But this is not that. This is when you need it to, like, again, you need to, one, have your mana go up to full for it to trigger. Then you need to use all your mana until 1% to have it refresh. Then you got to get your mana back up to full. That sounds... I cannot think of a single build that I've done that ever does that. Where, like, it goes up to full, and then I use it until it goes down to 1%, and then I bring it back up to full. Usually my stuff, it's like, oh, I'll use a skill, and then it goes like here, and then it goes back up to full. It's like my mana never goes below like this threshold, basically. It never goes below here. So that doesn't look very good. That sounds terrible. Exactly. It sounds terrible. It sounds really bad. And it costs 100 spirit for that. Like, maybe I'm reading into it wrong, right? Maybe my understanding of it is wrong. But if I'm reading this correctly, that sounds like that. So when you reach full mana, it triggers the skill. But then it can't do it again until you reach 1% of your maximum mana. Like, you need to use all your mana all the way down and then recover it back up again to be able to use it. Cast without use for it? You need a 47 out of 47 mana pool. Yeah, this is definitely not Manaforge from PoE1. PoE1 was just like you use a certain 300%, like use enough mana to exceed 300% of the mana cost of the skill, then it triggers. Recoup mana can do it. It sounds, if it's going to be usable, it'll be a very much an edge case. You probably have to really design a build around it. Mind over matter recoup tech? Well, I feel like with mind over matter, you still don't want, like, you don't want your mana to ever go below a certain point because of your health, right? Are you ready? Yo, thanks for the daily bit, Mr. Legendary. I am ready. The thing is, like, you need your mana to basically keep going like this. It needs to keep going down, up, down, up. It needs to just, like, go all the way down, all the way up, all the way down, all the way up constantly for it to be useful. I have never seen a single build where your mana fluctuates this much, like, that often. Where it just goes from 100 to 0, 100 to 0. I've never seen a build that does that. How that work blood magic? It wouldn't. You wouldn't work. Probably broken good, and if it's bad, it's unusable. Basically. Do you pay the cost of the skill? I would assume so. I would assume so. Because, like, every triggered interaction in this game uses a skill. Like, if you use, like, cast on, like, freeze, cast on shock, whatever it might be, it always uses the mana. There's nothing that in the game where you trigger a skill and it doesn't use the mana. Or does it work when you spend maximum? No, it says right here, after triggering socketed skills this way, cannot do so again until reaching 1% of maximum mana. So your mana actually has to reach 1%. Which, again, just sounds not great. Copia is that old word and it didn't release. We'll see, right? Again, all these skills, we don't even know if it's coming in 0.3. Given the fact that this skill doesn't have an icon, like, potentially not going to come anytime soon. But, like, yeah. You feel like it's missing another line? Oh, yeah, it's definitely missing stuff. It's definitely missing stuff. Is there a node that ignores mana cost when surrounded? Won't make it better, but still. Okay, let's see. Evasive strike. Leap back before dashing forward, taking enemies out in a path. This is potentially a claw skill. Is evasive strike a thing? In PoE? No. Oh, wait. This is a potentially a claw skill. Very, very rudimentary. Not much information onto it. It seems kind of fun. Seems kind of cool. Mobile skill. Always kind of fun. But like dashing back and then dashing forward, also like the animation for that is probably really long. So we'll see how useful that is. Claw Rake performs 2 upward slashes, causing massive claw marks on the ground. Okay, kind of a basic, like, you know, just like seems like a basic attack type of situation. Probably going to be fleshed out more. Only you like dashing back and forth to do damage. Even Lost Ark, you did that. Saw a gem. T God's Wrath with supported skills that cost nothing as a trigger. I figured it was from Mjolnir, but maybe we'll get that in gem form. Leap back animation, did you leap forward instead? I agree. That'll make things a lot faster. Any confirmation about what weapons next? No, nothing yet. Claw marks could leave elemental on the ground. Hard to say. You know, again, this is very much I don't think the skill is coming anytime soon. We're probably not going to get claws anytime soon. So they'll need to flesh out this skill for sure. Ailment CDR. Support skills have 10% increased cooldown recovery rate for each different type of ailment they've inflicted recently. Huh. This could be interesting. This could be interesting. You have it on a skill that has like a pretty long cooldown, and then you use that to reduce the cooldown of the skill. That could be relatively interesting. Block cooldown rate. Supported skills have 5% increased cooldown recovery rate for each time you blocked, up to recently 40%. That's also interesting. That is also another interesting skill, if either of these make it in. Cast when stunned. Gain 50 energy when you're stunned. Triggers all socketed spells and loses all energy upon reaching maximum energy. Like, I could see this being like a thing that you use on like an AFK simulacrum build, where you sit there, keep getting hit, keep getting stunned, and you're just like clearing the entire screen with that. I could definitely see that. New gems? No. Again, it's Datamined. Potentially going to be in the game. Potentially not going to be in the game for a while. A lot of these are being tested and haven't fully committed to yet. Yeah, I think there are probably going to be a couple of these that come in. A couple of these will probably come into the game within, in 0.3. But whether or not it actually comes in the game, we'll have to see. Like, how many of these skills are going to be in the game? We'll have to see. I would really like this skill. So far, this is kind of the one skill that I've been, like, pretty hyped about. Or, like, this skill gem, the support gem. This actually looks like, for me, the most interesting one I've seen so far. We haven't gone through all of them yet. But this one in particular makes me very excited. Sir Tank Recoup COS. Yeah, I mean, this one is also interesting again. Like, getting cast when stunned. I could see this being very useful in like again, AFK simulacrum. Probably nothing that useful outside of that though, because in general you're not like looking to get stunned all the time. But when you're doing an AFK simulacrum build, you're just sitting there tanking hits. Vine Arrow Pog now? No, I don't think so. Could be as simple as this skill hasn't been animated yet. Now, cast when channeling. This is a skill that I think actually has a good chance that it will be in the game. Because if we look at the Druid the Druid trailer that they released a while back, right? At Gamescom. Let's see here. They had a cast when channeling skill gem that was already here. Let's see. And, oh yeah, cast on melee stun was also here, as you can see right here, right? So I think there's a chance that we get this. Cast when channeling and cast on melee stun, two skills that I would say, see right here, cast on while channeling, right? Cast while channeling is here, and cast on melee stun is also here. I think there is a good chance that we could potentially get something. You tell me there's a chance, people happy? You could do an RF build with it. But yeah, that one down there, there's a chance. There's a chance. Now, next one, Demon Magus. Activate to summon a reviving Demon Magus, which casts socketed spells in order. This is interesting, right? Now, are these socketed spells able to be supported with support gems? I feel like the answer is no. Because the support gems are probably going to be supporting the demon itself, is my assumption. And you're probably only going to be using it for the, like, yeah, that's my assumption, but maybe not. Maybe you could use support gems on the spells themselves. But this is cool. It really depends on like how much you can buff this demon, like how much like cast speed you can give it, how often it will attack. Will it use your own mana? I'm assuming it probably doesn't use your mana, and if that's the case, does it have a mana limit on itself? But this is pretty cool. Bet you can. Very cool concept, yeah. This Druid GGG! 5 lightning spear demon. Well, it needs to be a spell, so it can't be lightning spears. Lightning spear is not a spell. Could be an ascendancy skill. Could be. It could be. Regardless if it's ascendancy skill or a regular skill, it's pretty cool. It's a companion. Interesting. So it's a companion persistent meta. So you can buff it using like companion nodes on your tree. So if you like, potentially this could be like one of the first like viable companions that you're using. Granted, it's not like a Pokemon capture companion. It's just like a skill companion. But like you could use like these nodes finally to make it work. And it would also have to be like, I don't know. Minions would also kind of, I think, need to like get some sort of rework again. If the minion AI on this is garbage, like you best believe this shit is gonna be real bad. Build your own companion, basically. Give me ancestral totem but companion. Feels like an ascendancy skill. It could be. I'm trying to think like who would use this as an ascendancy skill though. The only character I could see this being like thematically aligned with is probably Infernalist, because like the whole demon kind of aspect to it, right? I can see it being an Infernalist ascendancy skill. I don't see it being an on any other ascendancy. Are banners spells? I don't think so, because yeah, like let's take like Dread Banner, right? Yeah, it's just a banner skill. It's not a spell skill. I think we're getting mercenaries from PoE 1. Why do you think that? Okay, so Demon Magus, pretty damn cool. I look forward to seeing this, but I think that they need to do like some major changes to minions before this becomes like actually really good. There's some companion below. I don't know. Well, let me get down to it. Eternal Service. Support skills which create minions, allowing minions from those skills to revive, even if they were not normally able to do so. Minions created by support skills. Minions created by supported skills which cannot normally revive have 20% chance to revive on death. So this is like for like raise zombie and stuff like that. If you're summoning minions with raise zombie, they have a chance to revive on death. I still don't see this as being like anything that good. Like I still I still don't see this as being something that's that good. I just feel like the minions, like the raise zombie stuff, is just it's so badly designed. Like a minion skill like raise zombie. It's just so badly designed. Limit 10, duration is 20 seconds. Like, nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. Like, how they should have done these is that they should be just like minions, regular minions. But the thing is, like, the spirit gem minions, but they just don't revive. I think that's how they should have done it. Like, make them like minions in PoE 1. I don't get why they have this, like, duration of 20 seconds thing. It's so stupid. Raise Zombie is probably the most underused spell on Witch. Make zombies like 2 minutes or something decent. It's something better. Yeah, it's like either make them like longer duration is okay too. Like it just doesn't make sense that one, they're probably dying to random hits anyways, and then two, like they only last for 20 seconds. Like if you could potentially buff them to a point where they could stay alive for an entire map, as long as they're not dying to enemy hits, like that is I think that could make them usable. Like, yeah, maybe if they're also like super strong, right? If they just did giga damage, then it would be worth it to use as like a main skill that you're just like raising zombies all the time. But as it stands, the zombies themselves are too weak and they just, aren't useful. Could be okay with little scorpion minions. I mean, I feel like you just summon those minions so fast that it doesn't matter if they revive or not. I feel like you'd rather have damage than this. I think we'd have to see a major change of these types of minions to be able to see this type of a support gem being used. Power equals fun in this kind of game. Oh yeah, but the thing is, like, it's also really hard to say. Like, it's when you see like an underpowered skill, a lot of times it might not even be underpowered. It's just that we haven't found a good way to use it. So it's like I never like will count out a skill, but again, there's like certain implications to it. Like there's certain like support gems or skills that you can see being used in like a huge variety of builds, and you're already like, this is powerful, right? But then some stuff is like sleeper powerful, you just don't know. So like whenever I say a skill is like doesn't look good, it doesn't mean that it's never going to be used. It's just like I don't see it being widely applicable. Like there might be like a niche build that just like use it and it's like, wow, this is crazy. But yeah. But minions in general right now ain't looking too hot. Minions in general right now just ain't looking too hot. Let's be real. I already tried a sorcerer build with minions. Like a sorcerer build with minions? No, I've played minions as like a main damage source, but I've never been like playing like a sorcerer build that just uses minions on the side. Datamine, yep, Datamines. All right. Frost Hunger. Supported skills which will cause damaging hits. Supported skills which cause damaging hits. Supported skills reduce freeze buildup on target they hit instead of building it up, substantially debuffing the target after consuming enough freeze buildup. There's not enough for me to really know what it is, unfortunately. I just know it consumes freeze buildup and debuffs the target. What does it debuff with? I don't know. But yeah, we'll have to see. That's definitely a very much in development skill. Frozen Vortex. Support any skills that hits enemies, causing it to create an icy vortex on shattering an enemy. Supported skills trigger Frozen Vortex on shattering an enemy. Vortex radius 1.6 meters, lasts 3 seconds, deals 30% of overkill damage from the hit, which triggered as cold damage over time. I could see this being pretty interesting. But like my question is kind of like, in what world would you use this over like Herald of Ice or something? I mean, it is a support gem, I guess. Heralds are different. Like I can see it as like using it to finish off enemies around the enemy that you killed initially. You could also use it as a form of AoE for single, like if you're using like a really strong single target hit and just kills one enemy, right? It'll overkill that and use like that to create a frozen vortex around it to deal like damage in an AoE. That could be another way to use it. It's not going to be a map clearing monster, but I mean, it could be actually, now that I think about it. Like you could have like a Herald of Thunder chain, and then have Herald of Thunder like, well, I mean, let's be real, Herald of Thunder is getting fucking gutted this next patch, but still, Herald of Thunder kills an enemy, right? Freezes it, overkills it, has a cold damage thing around it, and all the enemies around that enemy just die. That could be a way that works. I can see that working that way. Simulacrum cast was done. Oh yeah, I was talking about that earlier. Are we getting dagger weapon? Not yet. Not yet. Well, actually, I'm not gonna say not yet. Unlikely, but we'll see. There's a chance. There's a chance. I'd say the chance that the dagger, like the shadow and dagger, is coming maybe like a 30%. But that's just me. This is for a new class or new ones for current. This is just new skills in general, or like Datamined skills. Datamined skills. 1.6 meters seems small. I mean, you could always increase it with AoE radius and things like that. Because I think your presence aura is like 3 meters. Right? I think presence aura is like 3 meters in this game. Base. 4 meters. 4 meters. So it's like kind of like half your presence, which actually is not that bad. Because your half your presence is basically what is it called? Deepest tower. So it's actually not that small. Again, I think that this could be like the use case that I see this going with is like if you have Herald of Thunder, it freezes the enemy, kills the enemy, and then it triggers this damage over time thing. It also could work with a Porkloin ring, pole circle ring. That could also work with it. If you just like chill an enemy at all, when they die, they shatter, and everything just shatters on the screen and just creates a bunch of these frozen like vortexes on the ground. That could be another way to use it. Am I doing meme builds or doing actual builds like last league? I think going forward, I'm going to only do actual builds. Trample Toe for Frost Mage. I like a support gem for zombies that says summon one giant zombie instead of multi-units. That would be cool. Again, I think one of the biggest problems with summon zombies, just like raise zombies, is just that they're so weak. If you could make a big zombie that just like does big damage, that could be good. All right. Grim Feast, we don't know what's going to happen with this, whether it's going to be back or not. We just don't know. I mean, this got data mined, so it got put back into the game. I'm assuming, right? I'm assuming what this means is it was taken out of the files and then it was put back into the files. So maybe We'll see. But the thing is with Grim Feast, even if it comes back, it's gonna be like gutted. It's not gonna be anywhere close to what it was originally. Please, Grim Feast. A lot of people really want Grim Feast to be back. If Travel Toe isn't nuked by GGG, I've lost faith. I don't think Travel Toe's. I mean, it's hard to say. Because in reality, Trample Toe is one of the only ways that like warriors actually have AoE. So it's like if you nerf Trample Toe, you nerf like every warrior build. I love Trample Toe, but such a sacrifice on the boost slot. Warrior is the best AoE in the game. How so? You spec AoE on the tree, but you're still using Trample Toe to propagate. Like, is there like what? I guess like if you're taking a look at like a bunch of warrior builds, right? Maybe we take a look at PoE Ninja for this and see how it looks. Because my assumption is that warriors, for the most part, are using Trample Toe for their AoE, right? Let's take a look. I mean, Trample Toe is definitely a very widely used. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on this list for most used unique boot. Even Stormer users Trample Toe. Oh yeah, I'm not saying it's warriors are the only one using it, but I'm saying that I feel like if you took away warriors Trample Toe for warriors, they just don't have AoE. It's like really hard for them to do AoE. Maybe I'm wrong. Like this is the first one that uses it and it's on a fucking lightning spear build. What is this build using? I mean, it's definitely used a lot. It's not used on everyone, but it's definitely used on a lot of them. Like maybe I'm overestimating the how many warrior builds use it, but I feel like there's like, I think it would make a ton of warrior builds unviable if you took out Trample Toe. Does do not know Bone Shatter? I mean, that's one build. That's like for one thing. Not like, okay, you could use a Bone Shatter for AoE. Great. That's the only skill that like, you know, that's one of the few skills that like is good AoE. If you want to use like some of these other skills to try to make them viable for mapping, you kind of have to use Trample Toe. Any cool new skills? Well, we're just gonna see, right? We're gonna see. We're gonna see. But yeah, I feel like at the moment, right? And maybe they change it. Maybe they change it. But at the moment, there's only a couple skills that are like if you want to make them viable, you need Trample Toe. Again, there are skills like potentially like Leap Slam builds and things like that you can like just go into like major AoE. But like it's like basically Leap Slam, Bone Shatter, and like a couple other skills that like potentially could be used on Trample Toe. And like there's a lot of the other skills that you want to use as a warrior probably aren't really viable without Trample Toe. Okay. Horror Frost. Support skills that create ice crystals. Supported skills create chilling areas that deal cold damage over time instead of creating ice crystals. So basically, it's like if you do like a frozen locust type of situation, or is that what it's called? Like the yeah, calls forth an ice crystal, right? Like using like skill like a frozen locust that creates an ice crystal. Instead of creating the ice crystal, it'll create a chilling area. which deals cold damage over time. I don't see that being very widely used, but we'll see. Hydra skill companion. While active, a companion Hydra will rear up its body from your body, regularly cast socketable spells and nearby shocked, frozen, and ignited enemies. This is a minion. It's a 60 spirit cost minion. So it's kind of like, basically, I mean, I could potentially see this as being like maybe a main damage source. It depends. Like, it sounds like this won't be a thing that has like HP, because it's just gonna come from your back, right? It's gonna come up, but like maybe it'll like, yeah, it doesn't sound like something that's gonna have its own HP. It's a minion though, so it probably will, but it does sound interesting, right? Basically, what it's gonna do is it's gonna be a thing on your back that just shoots at enemies, shoots spells at enemies that are shocked, frozen, and ignited. So like, I could see a world where you're just like a shock bot, or like maybe even like it could be like a situation where it's a 0-button build. Because like you have the, what is it? The Wake of Destruction boots that just drop shock ground while moving, and any enemies that stand on that shock ground is gonna shock enemies. It's just gonna shock enemies, right? And then you just put this on, and then you have like your Hydra familiar just like pew, 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 just shooting shit at like the enemies around you the entire time. Maybe with Cast and Shock. It's like that, or like you have the ignited ground ones, or I mean, just ignite in general. You can ignite's fairly easy to propagate. It's not very hard to propagate ignite at all. I mean, actually, you know what? You could also like, this will be a little bit weaker in terms of like damage wise, because you're not shocking enemies. Shock is going to be a multiplier, but you always have that unique helmet that is it like a visage? No. Ignite. Radiant Grief, right? Enemies in your presence are ignited as though dealing 100 base damage. Like, you don't care about the base damage that you're doing. You just want to ignite the enemies around you. And then when they're ignited, your minion just goes and shoots stuff. And this is a minion again, so it's probably not going to use mana. That sounds pretty damn strong. I'm not going to lie. So everything that appear on the back of the monster. Yeah, honestly, this one seems pretty dang strong. If it works the way that I think it does. Now, it might have a thing where it's like, oh, it'll be like, there's like a delay on like how often it attacks. It's like every now and then it'll go into hibernation mode or some shit like that. Like, that could totally happen. But like, this definitely looks interesting. It kind of, to me, actually looks more interesting than Demon Magus. Demon Magus was like interesting, but like, it's a minion at the end of the day. It can get killed. But like this one, I mean, it is a minion, but like the way it, like the description for it, right? It's a Hydra that rears up from your body. It seems like it's going to be attached to your body, kind of like a Mirage Archer from like PoE 1. And then it's just going to attack enemies around you. Or like the snakes that show up in Wisp Rares? Maybe. Where will you find the helmet SSF? Hydra cast on channeling Incinerate. You could use low level Incinerate, mobility, move fast. Yeah. That, like, propagating Ignite is not that hard to do. Propagating Ignite in this game is not, like, actually getting Ignite on enemies is not hard to do. So, you know, we'll see. The Ignite definitely wouldn't be carrying though. You'd probably be like getting your main damage from this Hydra familiar. Ice Storm, I think that's already a skill. That's from the new what is it called? The unique that we got. Yeah, that's from this one. We already have that. So that's already in the game. Invocation. Support skills causing them to reduce the cast of time of other skills when used cannot support totem skills, channeling skills, triggering skills, instant skills, or skills with a reservation. I think that's a PoE 1 thing, right? No. So what's looking good skill wise? Actual skill wise, like actual attack skill wise, I haven't seen anything good so far. Nothing like actual skill wise looks good. I've seen like good supports, but like skill wise, like not even like there's some good spirit stuff, but like actual skill wise, I haven't seen anything that great. Invocation, yeah, was used to bring minions to you in PoE. Yeah, that's what I thought. But this definitely not this one. The gem icon looks awfully PoE. Oh, it's definitely a PoE 1 gem icon. It's definitely a PoE 1 gem icon. No, the one for minions is Convocation, right? Yeah, Convocation is what brings the minions to you. All right, Lightning Storm. This is a Druid skill. This is a Druid skill. Creates a lightning storm for a duration, which repeatedly strikes enemies in the area with shocking bolts, right? We already know what that looks like. We have it in here. Like that is lightning storm, right? Which I don't know. It looks pretty weak to me. It's potentially something that you might want to throw down for like single target as like support damage, but AoE, is definitely not what you want to be using for map clear. It's definitely not what you want to be using for map clear. Yeah, it's probably going to be like for shocking, right? Like this 400% chance, 400 more percent chance to shock. It's gonna be something that you're using for like single target as like an extra source of damage, but also something that shocks enemies. New update hype. You also been. It looks weak. Wait till Storm user uses it. Stormweaver uses it. Isn't this campaign? Yeah, this is a campaign. This is, I think, I think Act 4 or Act 5 in the campaign. I think this might be Act 4 or yeah, Act 4 or Act 5 in the campaign is what this is. Again, GG have had the campaign, like a lot of the stuff done since like a long time ago. Lightning Storm cast on shock, lightning warp. Yeah, it just stays there. It doesn't move, which is why it's just going to be used for like, it's going to be used for single target. It's going to be used for bossing. You don't use it during the campaign for like clear. This is just going to be used to basically shock enemies and use as a support, like a secondary source of damage while you're using your main attacks on the boss. The music is kind of resident sleeper right now. Get the heck out of here. Can def build AoE though if it does decent damage? As a skill that is like lingering like that, I feel like it's gonna be hard for it to do decent damage. We'll see. Nadir. Supported skills have one fewer maximum stages and seals minimum stage or seal count for supported skills is 1. One fewer maximum stage than seals minimum stage or seal count for support skills is 1. So basically it'll always have 1 seal. And if you're like using something like an incinerate, it has 1 less maximum stage. But like I feel like the thing that lingers in my mind is like for like a skill like incinerate, does it get the effect of the maximum stage at 1 lower stage? I don't think so. So it's going to be used purely for skills with seals. That way you're never running around with less than like 1 seal. I said new season August. What happened? I didn't hear any news. It is happening August 29th. So it is coming in 10 days. All right, rolling magma. This is a skill from PoE 1. Let's see. What is the difference between this one and the PoE 1 one? Chains 2 to 3 times. Projectiles chain when impacting the ground. Projectiles do not change direction while chaining. Yeah, it looks like pretty much. It looks pretty much just like rolling magma. The one thing that's different is that it has this thing that says number of chains is refreshed when passing through a flame wall. But like, I don't know. Is that really a situation that's going to happen that often? And like, how useful is that? Probably not very useful. Poe 2 is going to shape up to be amazing once there's a gazillion fun builds to play. Oh yeah, 100%. Rolling magma sucks balls. Use a controller PoE 1. Maybe I'll actually like it in PoE 2 since they have free aim. Can you make a flame wall? You can. But the thing is, like, I don't ever see a situation where you would want to pull up a flame wall and use it to refresh the duration. Like, maybe it's useful, right? Maybe, like, I can see a world where, like, you pop down a flame wall, throw this through, and then it gets, like, way more bounces, so bigger AoE, right? So it clears a bigger part of the screen. Yeah, actually, you know what? You've convinced me. I actually think, like, this might actually be pretty decent. Because, like, if it bounces 2 to 3 times, it might not, like, this has the potential to make it, like, I don't know, clear, like, beyond the screen, right? So potentially it could be something interesting. But the one thing that we have to note is that in Path of Exile 2, we don't have greater multiple projectiles. We don't have lesser multiple projectiles. The best thing that we have is scatter shot. And I just don't like scatter shot. So we'll see how good this is, because like the only way we can actually increase the projectile count is through scatter shot. Either that or you play like what is it called? You play Deadeye and you get the +1 projectiles. I hope they fix Spark. Barrage will attack that can be supported by barrage skills read multiple times. Like, you're not gonna be barraging while you're mapping, is the thing. Yeah. But yeah, that's what barrageable means. So if you have a skill, like if you have a skill that says barrageable, you can use barrage on the skill, basically. So it consumes frenzy charges to add additional repeats, but if you don't use frenzy charges, it just repeats 2 times. Was something PoE 1 and Scattershot actually good? PoE 2 Scattershot seems having damage on skills to seals. Yeah. In PoE 1, you have what is it called? Greater multiple projectiles, right? And lesser multiple projectiles, which basically it just does, well, lesser multiple projectiles actually probably reduce it. Lesser multiple projectiles, right? It literally can go down to a 6% less projectile damage. Whereas in PoE 2, it's a flat, like, what, 25 or 30% for a scatter shot. So it's just like, and it also gives you the less attack speed and cast time. Yeah, 35%, and gives you 20% less cast speed and attack speed. Like, this is way better. And this, you even get an increased projectile damage from the quality itself. So like, yeah, it's not good in PoE. Like, I don't like Scattershot in PoE 2. It's so bad. Barrage Bolt only works with bows and spears. At the moment, yes, but they have changed it. So the thing is, this one right here, right, is obviously it's not a it's a spell. So what'll probably happen is that they'll probably change the text, because in 0.1 Barrage, it was only applicable to bow attacks. You see here, ready a volley of arrows empowering your next bow attack, right? And then in 0.2, they added so that it could be a bow or spear attack. I'm assuming what's going to happen is once they implement this skill, because it's a spell, they're just going to change the text on Barrage to make it so that it can just be used on like spell attacks as well. Unleash? No, Unleash I don't think is a Barrage. Unleash is not a Barrage effect. You see, there's nothing in here that says Barrage. What it says barrageable, and you can see it right here. I'll highlight over what barrageable means. Right here, barrageable skills to repeat, causing you to perform part of the skill where the projectiles and all the projectiles. Let's see. Skill set. It doesn't necessarily say that actually, but again, that's what barrageable means. Let's double check, right? Let me see if there's anything else that's barrageable. Cause like you can whatchamacallit, you can use Unleash on skills that aren't barrageable. That's the thing, right? If you go to like, cause you can use like Contagion. Oh wait, never mind, you're right. I see. Okay, no, you're right. You're absolutely correct. So this is probably for Unleash then. You're right. This is probably for Unleash. You're right. So this is, so basically what it means is you can use Unleash on this. And then what's the thing is you can combine this, right? Well, I hopefully that's not too many support gems used, but then you could combine it with where is it? We just looked at it earlier. Nadir, right? You combine it with Nadir, which makes it so that the seal count is always at 1. So you're always going to have a minimum of +1 seal on your rolling magma to unleash on. Which I think that makes rolling magma actually pretty dang viable. Nadir sounds like a nice guy. Yeah, Unleash plus Nadir plus Firewall is going to be like screen clear. Of course, you're going to have to set up the Firewall beforehand, which is like, you know, it's an extra like combo. But again, I think that's fine. Nadir D2? Wait a second, this ain't a Dead Rabbit stream. Why are we talking about D2? I met Nadir in Dubai. Super cool dude. Damn, they put your friend in the game? That's insane. All right, Innervation. Regenerate 0.3 to 3.8 mana per second for 4 seconds when a supported skill shocks an enemy. Maybe this could be used on some like very mana hungry spells. Some very mana hungry lighting skills that helps you sustain your mana. You know, mana regeneration is never bad, right? Mana regeneration is never bad. Another Archmage support? Yeah, potentially. Well, I mean, Archmage was not that strong this league. I don't think I mean, I don't dislike Archmage. I really don't. I think Archmage is fine. People are probably just tired of it because of 0.1, but I think Archmage is kind of cool. This league was kind of unusable though. Order some burgers taking so long. Like, just put the meat between the bread and give it to my rider. Damn, dude. Man. I wish somebody would put my meat between their bread, honestly. Hadn't happened in so long. It's been a long time. Just tell them you know Nadir. Support skills of Soulbreaker. Support skills that you use yourself, causing them to trigger Chaos Damage Nova when breaking enemy energy shield. That seems very, very niche. Like, not every enemy has has energy shield. Like, this would be cool. I think this would be super cool. Trigger a Chaos Damage Nova? That sounds cool. But if it requires me to break enemy energy shield, like, how often is that gonna fucking happen in a map? Like, there are definitely energy shield enemies. There's a good amount of them, but like, it's not like it's every single enemy. So it's just like half the time it's applicable. Contagion Nova. Well, Contagion only spreads damage over time, right? So it wouldn't just spread this. Have I considered dating apps? There was a time in my life where I did use dating apps. And let me tell you that it never went well. Maybe I'm just really bad at like making my dating app page, but like I was always like very particular because I wanted the person that would be interested in me would be interested in for me and not like, I don't know, something else. So I'd always be pretty honest on my dating apps about like what type of person I am, what my interests are, and whatever. So, you know, my interests probably turn people off. Like, I really like K-pop women. And like, huh? What the fuck? I really love anime, horse girls. Huh? Dating apps are no good. Just go out. I don't leave the house, though. That's a problem. I have like 50 red flags on my DM. Dude, that was my dating app profile. It was just full of red flags. Interested in you and not your meat for their bread. Now that's another problem too. There was a time when I like matched with like a girl on a dating app, and the first thing she asked me to do was send her a dick pic. And I was like, yeah, never mind. No thanks. I'm out. But before I said I'm out, I said you first. You see, that's how you do it, right? That's how you do it. You gotta send me your pictures before I send you my pictures. I got the pictures and I left. Fucking scam! What a fucking scammer! No, that's Nadir's day drop. Joke on you if she earns a big, veiny, throbbing dick pic. Hey, you know what? I'm down. Typical dating app experience, to be honest. Yeah, I was very inexperienced though, so I didn't know. I didn't know what to expect. Ooh, Spellblade. Was she bad? She was alright. There was no face though, so hard to say. I mean, it was hard to say. It was hard to tell. It was not good enough for me to be interested in, you know, going further at least. Supported spells have 30% more cast speed. Spell casts stored with supported skills are triggered on melee hit. Stored spell casts are expended when triggered. Supported spells are stored when cast instead of causing their usual effects. So you got to get like a macro situation going on to keep spamming your like spell button while you're like pressing your melee skill. Numlock trick, guys? Anybody? Numlock trick? Seems useless. I mean, if there's a way for you to like, I wonder if you could like do a cast on X, right? Like a cast on freeze, cast on shock or whatever, and then have that basically store the spells, and then whenever you melee hit, right, it'll trigger the spells. That's where I see it being useful, where you have a cast on X situation where every time you freeze, right, or whatever, it'll spam the skill, but instead of using the skill, it's like, yeah. But then again, it's like, it's technically kind of just like an extra step. Like, why don't I just cast on freeze it to like trigger instantly anyways? So like, maybe it's like a, yeah, it's probably like a thing where you want to use like a very powerful skill. Like, let's say you keep spamming your comets and you store a bunch of comets, and then like whenever you hit the enemy, it just like spams the comets over and over again. Something like that, I can see it being useful. More gems will enable niche builds, which is good in my eyes. There a link to the Datamined skills? Yeah, it's on the pinned comment. I got a chick who wasn't even in my country and wanted to use me to get into the country. That seems very common. There was a time where when I was at like my friend's bachelor party, there was we were just sitting at a table, and like across from us was like this old dude. He was like 60, 70, 80 type of situation. And there was a girl across from him who was like maybe like in her 20s. Maybe in her 20s. And we were like, oh, wow, he's eating dinner with his granddaughter. Like, that's insane. But then, like, as we watched that, like, dinner go on longer and longer, we were like, is that his granddaughter? Huh. Something's weird. Something's not going right there. Something's weird is happening. And we, like, even, like, called over the waiter and, like, tried to get him to, like, help us get information. But then at the end of the night, we saw him get up with the girl, right? He goes, takes his hand, puts his arm, slaps it right on her ass. I'm like, all right, that's not his granddaughter. That's not his granddaughter. And the only thing that we could think about was like, maybe it's like some Russian, like whatever chick who wants like a visa into the US. Yep, green card, exactly. We could not believe it, but we spent the entire night wondering. We would spend the entire night trying to figure it out. So if he's ready off, now you can store hundreds of spells and trigger them all. Oh yeah, it's probably just going to be like, 5 or something like that. But either way, you need a trigger on melee hit, so you gotta, like, if anything, you gotta attack super fast to make it work. I think it still needs a little bit more cooking. It still needs a little more cooking, but it's potentially something that's cool. Potentially like a niche build. Epstein 2 Electric Boogaloo. Maybe it was a daughter. Which part of the world were you in? I was in Hawaii. I don't know if any old man, like any father, is putting his hand on his daughter's ass. That's all I'm gonna say. Unless this is some really bad porn, like, plot line. Which, hey, you know what? These ideas come from somewhere, right? All right, let's see here. Spreading Frost. Supports any skill that hits enemies, causing them to chill enemies near enemies that they freeze. I mean, this could potentially be something that you combine with a pulse circle ring, right? So, like, basically, when you freeze... Oh, actually, I can see this being pretty dang insane with, what you call it, Frozen Vortex, right? So, supports any skill that hits enemies, causing icy vortex on shattering enemy, right? So, it shatters enemy, spreading frost. So when it shatters, it creates this frozen vortex. Frozen vortex is on the ground, chills enemies. Enemies die, and then actually chills enemies in 2 meters radius around freezing enemy. Actually, never mind, because this is already going to chill enemies anyways, right? Well, actually, this is going to chill the enemy. Yeah, no, this is gonna be they're gonna be chilled already. Never mind. Never mind. A new rumor has been posted on Reddit. I don't think any of these skills are coming out. It's all old info what I've seen. We'll see. I think there might be a couple of these that come out, but I don't think like it is definitely not everything is gonna come out. But like I said, because of the fact that we got like cast on stun and cast on channel in the Druid video, if they come out with Druid, I could actually see these two coming out. Is there a new class? Potentially there's going to be Druid. Potentially. You have a fucking filthy mind like me. I like you. What are you talking about? This is a family-friendly stream. It's a family-friendly stream. Support skills at 2% increased cooldown recovery rate per power of the highest powered enemy that you have heavy stunned recently. Oh, God. I mean, I can see this being used, though. Because like if you have a melee build, like a stun, using a mace or something like that, you stun enemies all the time, and you have a skill that's a cooldown, just keeps getting refreshed. I can see this being useful. It just depends on like what are the useful cooldown skills, which at the moment there's not that many. No stream that repeats out loud my comments is family friendly. What are you talking about, man? What are you talking about? We're very family friendly here. Maybe you can use this chill support on non-cold spells. Well, you need to freeze the enemies first. You need to freeze the enemies first. So it has to be something that's gonna freeze. There's a few more strength gems on the list. It seems like they're at least making work on Druid. Again, I think like it's the thing that like points me towards Druid even more than anything else is this. The fact that in the Datamined, they, these updates came in around like I think yesterday, right? And they just added, boom, the 3 ascendancies in here for Druid. Like that points me towards like it's very likely that we're gonna get Druid. Like there's no reason that, I mean, it's too much of a coincidence to like, all of a sudden get the 3 Druid ascendancies just popped into the game like out of nowhere yesterday. Like, they even said Druid should be next. Yeah, I think they have said in the past that Huntress and Druid should be the 2 earliest classes to come out, if I remember correctly. Templar would be a curveball that nobody says would be mostly okay with. Yeah, I like Templar. Again, I think the flail stuff is really cool. But I think like especially given this, right? The fact that they just put in these 3 ascendancies into the game, to me, it's pretty obvious. Like, at least to me. I don't know. Maybe you guys are drawing different conclusions than I am, but it feels pretty dang likely that Druid is coming. And then they also have like Martial Artist, and then they have Beastmaster, right? And these would probably be the 2 new ascendancies along with the Druid stuff that they would put into the game. Huge disappointed no Druid. I want Duelist and Shadow the most. They're the ones I played in PoE 1. I'm pretty sure those are going to be last. I think there's a chance Shadow comes sooner, but Duelist is definitely going to be one of the last ones. Because Jonathan has said, like on record, that swords are going to be one of the last ascendancies to come into the game. Okay, let's see. Maul. Oh, this is a Druid stuff, right? Bear form. Shapeshift into a bear and swipe with your claws. Hitting enemies generates rage. So this is basically what they had at the beginning, right? Let's see here. Is this the bear form and various skills, right? So this is basically like what they were talking about here. This is the skill that Jonathan talked about.
Bear attack.
that attack right there.
Transformation in PoE 2 happens automatically when you use.
And you can see the icon right there is the same exact icon as the one they showed here. So
attack.
Yeah, it's
use
just that
bear
attack.
maul and your character will transform into a bear into a meaty swing. Use a spell and your character transforms back into a human and casts it.
Yeah, so basically what that's going to do is it's going to shapeshift you into a bear, and then you're going to hit enemies, and it's going to generate rage. .6 seconds total attack time if not already to transform into the bear, plus 6 melee range, plus 7 to critical strike chance, 5 rage on hit per skill used. So I can see this, right, being combined with something like this. Let's see, supports buff skills with duration. Buffs for supported skill have an increased buff effect, right? Potentially like getting like a vulnerable extension on this to make like the rage effect stronger. I could totally see that happening. Just make your rage stronger, run like this, and then run like Berserker, and just get like your rage to be uber powerful. Can't wait to generate rage. 0.6 minutes station time. Yeah, but the thing is, if you, that's only if you're not already in bear. If you're already in bear, you're gonna immediately get into the swipes. It's just if you're starting off as human. How Druid works is if you use a bear skill, it'll transform you into a bear, and you'll stay a bear until you use a non-bear skill. So once you use it the first time, that plus 0.6 seconds won't do anything. Is the hype real? The hype is very real. If Druid comes, you best bet I am league starting Druid. I have been looking forward to Druid for a long time. Forever bear form? Yeah, 100%. You could forever bear form it. I don't think that's going to be how you're going to play it, though. I think you're going to probably shapeshift between human and bear, or maybe between the different animal forms. But you're 100%. There's probably a build that where you're probably in bear form a majority of the time. And then Thorns forever bear form defines you a D4 Druid. It works very similarly, yeah, 100%. So next up is Rampage, another bear skill, right? This is the a channeling skill. Let's see. Shapeshift in the bear, Rampage Forge, slamming the ground as you run. Initial roar generates rage and consumes rage until you run out. So you're not going to be able to use Rampage forever. And again, this is another skill that they showed here in
hitting enemies with the bears in every attack. Break out your Rampage.
Yeah,
let out a roar and stampede over all enemies in your path, slamming the ground with your paws. The initial roar generates rage, and then the rage is consumed as you charge along. You can use
so you see that right there,
generates
right?
Rage, and then the rage is
it went
consumed
from
as you charge along.
15 to 27 rage. So this one generates. It doesn't look like, at least, well, the skill doesn't have the description on it. I'm assuming that they probably will add more to this, but at the moment, it looks like a flat amount. It might not be. It might just be whenever you use it, you gain 12. Either that, or it's like based on the enemies around you, kind of like a war cry.
You can use Rampage by itself to travel a short distance, or do some mauling first to build up some rage and travel a significant distance.
Yeah, it looks like, see, like after he killed the enemies, right? He killed a bunch of enemies, and he generates 12 again. So it looks like it's gonna be a flat amount. What's the cooldown for Roar? There's no cooldown. It's just, yeah, I don't see any cooldown. Because if you look on his, if you look on his thing, right, it doesn't go on cooldown. So there's no cooldown for it. It doesn't say so here either. But ideally, you're not gonna like using rage over and over again to generate the or Rampage over and over again to generate rage, because like you're never gonna be attacking at that point. Will it add additional delay if we turn back into human and change weapons at 2? Yeah. Every single one of these transform skills will have a delay if you're not transformed already. So if you're not already a bear, every single time it will add a 0.6 second total attack time to any of these. So whether you're starting off as a human or you're starting off as another shapeshift, maybe it's like a wolf or something is our guess for what another shapeshift is. As long as you're not the bear, or if you're not the shapeshift already, it's going to add a additional time to it. I can see the Stampede skill being huge, mapping base build, maybe some big AoE. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, in a way, it's kind of like Warrior Stampede, right? The mace skill Stampede. So it'll definitely be a big mapping skill. I'm not thrilled, Druid. I think it's a very easy out class to choose. Looks boring. Shadow Paladin with a better choice, in my opinion. I mean, everybody has different like preferences, right? Maybe you prefer like something else, but I think a lot of like other people also prefer other classes. But either way, I think like it was planned that Druid was going to come out right now. If they do come out, right? I think the likelihood is pretty high, but I think it was planned since the very beginning that the first class will be Huntress and then it'll be Druid. Because like those are the two classes I feel like they've had the most footage for. All right. So we have Blade Dance, which is Shadow skill. Actually, no, this is a Duelist skill. One-handed swords, two-handed swords. Perform slashing attack that moves you through the battlefield, slicing all enemies around you. Okay, so at first I thought this might have been a movement skill, but it's not. So I don't think it's going to move you a significant distance. If it was a significant distance, it would have said movement skill. Lacerate icon. Gamescom 9 hours? Is it? Oh, yeah, it is. It is. Gamescom is coming up. I don't know. I wonder if they're going to do a live stream. I don't think they're doing a live stream, right, of the Gamescom boss rush. Oh, they added this. With the third Edict content update launching next Friday, you may be wondering what happens to the current Dawn of the Hunt characters. Dawn of the Hunt leagues will end at 26th. Oh, interesting. So the league will be ending 3 days earlier than what should I call it? Yeah, than the third Edict. And then all your characters will go to standard. Got it. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's pretty normal, yeah. I thought, for some reason, I thought they were going away with that, but that's just because last league there wasn't a league. It was just standard. Am I going to be streaming the GGG live stream tomorrow? Yeah. So, again, for anybody who wasn't aware of this, me, Cal Torak, and Dead Rabbit, your lovely hosts for the Path to Exile podcast, we are going to be all streaming the Grinding Gear Games, the GGG live stream, the third Edict live stream. That is happening on August 20th, starting at 1 p.m., right? We're going to be live streaming together. We're going to co-streaming it, so it doesn't matter whose stream you're in, whether it's my stream, Cal's stream, or Rabbit stream. We will all be co-streaming it, so the chat will be shared, and we'll be giving our live reactions for it, and we'll also be on Discord together and talking about the stuff. And then afterwards, we're probably going to also review the patch notes, because it says right here, patch notes are going to be happening. Oh wait, what? Oh no, wait, did they? No, hold up. Where is it? Is here, right? Patch. Yeah, right here. So the patch notes will be coming after the live stream. So we'll probably review the patch notes together as well. And then after that, we're going to kick it right into the Path to Exile podcast. So we're going to all come back into my channel, and then we're going to be streaming the Path to Exile podcast together and doing like basically like a post live stream reflection kind of podcast. Watch my stream? Thank you. I don't know if Rabbit told you anything. Can you check your ban appeal? Someone wanted to get unbanned. If it's, I don't know if it's your YouTube or Twitch. Sure. I'll take a look. I don't really ban people that often. So if they did get banned, it was probably kind of a not great situation. But yeah, I'll take a look. So maybe Econ will be something again during this match. Yeah, I mean, I hope Kongs get buffed. I'm getting ready for at least 3 hours of podcast tomorrow from GGG. If they get banned by you, it's probably deserved. Exactly. I rarely ban people. It's very rare I ban somebody. I mean, there's definitely, you know, people that are banned in every other stream except for mine. There's definitely people like that exist. What would be the Twitch drop situation for announcement? Anything mentioned? Yeah, so we will be getting a Twitch drop. It's gonna be the what was that? We took a look at it earlier. I forget what it's called. It's gonna be this one, right? It's gonna be a finisher effect. It's the Sun Priest Incineration finisher effect, right? So that'll be the Twitch drop. You're gonna have to watch during the period, which is gonna be between. You're gonna have to watch 45 minutes, right, on Twitch between 1 p.m. PDT and 10 p.m. PDT on the 20th. So basically, the moment they start the live stream, you're gonna be able to get Twitch drops from anybody streaming Path of Exile 2, basically. And you're going to be able to get the drop until 10 p.m. So you have about 9 hours to watch 45 minutes of any Path of Exile 2 stream to get that Twitch drop. Which, you know, again, coincidentally, I'm also going to be streaming. So when you hang out on my stream, you will be able to get the Twitch drop. You think they'll fix Hex Blast? I hope so. I hope so. I hope to dear God they do. It'd be cool if you didn't have to worry about 50 on death effects that could kill me. I'm in Australia, so the time zone for the announcement is inconvenient. Hate that everything is a US time zone. It's a Kiwi dev studio, for fuck's sake. Yeah, it's rough. But, like, you know, it's the majority of, like, the players are not from New Zealand, unfortunately. Can we check his logs pretty please? I mean, if I know his, like, name, like, I'll take a look at it. But I need to figure out. Honestly, I don't even know where I find the ban appeals. No, I don't have any ban appeals. Oh wait, no. I don't know. I'll have to figure it out later. Where are the mods? They're asleep. I don't know. My content. I'm sorry. I'll figure it out in a bit. Let's get through all these, and then we can try to figure out the ban appeal stuff. All right. So we got Blade Nova. Another one that, let's see. We looked at this earlier. This is basically like Blade Storm, I think, like that. Something like that in PoE 1. Blade Burst Blast or something. I don't remember. But either way, it puts Lingering Blades on the ground. It has the Ethereal Knives icon, but it's not Ethereal Knives. It's bad enough that new leagues always begin from Friday for most of the world. But on Monday for ANZ Asia time zones, that's less time during most of the league that you really need to be productive with progression. Yeah, I mean, it's rough. Like a business standpoint, right? It makes sense. It is Ethereal Knives. It's a spell. It's a spell, but it's not Ethereal Knives. Because, like, so the description is, right, it fans knives in front of the caster, which deals physical damage, which you would think it's Ethereal Knives. But how this works is that it leaves lingering blades on the ground and has a maximum 40 lingering blades. Ethereal Knives does not leave blades on the ground. So it's not exactly Ethereal Knives. Ethereal Knives had it 100%. If it did at the end, it might have gotten change. Like, let's see through the change log, right? Let's take a look at the change log. Oh, I see. So it's this one. Ethereal Knives of Lingering Blades. It's a transfigured gem, or whatever it's called. So it's basically this one. Ethereal Knives of Lingering Blades. It's not the base one, but it's the transfigured gem. So the base one, I don't think. Oh, I see. So no longer leaves a lingering blade for every. So it got changed because basically they added these transfigured gems. Yeah. Originally, though, I don't think it added it because I mean it's been a long time since I played Ethereal Knives. I played Ethereal Knives a long time ago. Yeah. See, so I played Ethereal Knives before this happened, so that's probably why I didn't know that it had the lingering effect. I played Ethereal Knives probably like somewhere around like here or something. But yeah, so it looks like it got changed to that. So basically, it's like old EK. You can say it's like old EK, or it's like the transfigured version of it's the Lingering Blades version. Didn't believe chat. I'm sorry. You think letting players transfer items in old leagues to new leagues would fix the market, a lower price on items? I don't know. I think it would just make. I think it would make it would make inflation go even crazier, in my opinion. All right, Thunder God's Wrath. I think this is just Mjolnir. I cannot get it. Yeah, it's just Mjolnir skill. That's just Mjolnir. Cast on charm use. Now that's kind of interesting. Now that is actually interesting. It's very little energy though. It's very little energy. So you have to like get that charm shit like spammed. Maximum 10 energy per 0.1 second. So you gotta spam that shit. Watch it as Mayblood. Oh, is it already in the game? Bijouborn. Oh, yeah, it is. You're right. It is. Yeah, it's not great. Okay. Never mind. Ignore that. Cast on Death? Cast on Death? Where's my portal? Where's my portal spell? Where's my portal spell skill gem? What would you even use with a cast on Death in this game? Is my question. Because like I feel like there's very fringe cases in like the only time you use it in PoE1 is I think, at least from what I remember, is Portal. But like in PoE2, what would you even use it? Cast on Death with Revive skill socketed? Cast on Death as solo self-card hardcore? No, I don't think it's for your minions. It's for you. It's when you die. Cast on Death, I have Winter for the memes. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like with the fact that we don't even have a portal gem, like, I don't see any use for this. Explosion attack from Pokemon? Wow. Cast on melee kill. Is that a thing that we have already in the game? I don't think so. 300 energy when you kill an enemy. That's a lot of energy. That's a lot of energy. We do have it? Okay. That's what I thought. I remember seeing it somewhere. But that's a lot of energy. I've never played around on it with it though. Is it useful? No, maybe not. I don't see it. Have you seen any of the poison support gems yet? No. I don't see it. I don't see any cast on melee kill in here. This looks new. Yeah, this looks new. That's a lot of energy though. Like, that's just like gonna instantly proc anything. That seems like so busted. Reaper's Invocation is similar to cast on melee kill. Gains energy when killing enemy with a melee attack. Yeah, similar, but it won't like automatically trigger, right? It's like an active skill. This is an active skill, I think, if I remember correctly. This is like a elemental invocation. Whereas cast on melee kill is like it automatically casts it. So again, this is the number on it, 300 energy, is insane. Like if we look at cast on freeze, right? Which is already like pretty dang high. It gives 10 energy per power. I guess, yeah, this is there's definitely no way it's going to come in this form. And it doesn't have the power coefficient either. So this is, yeah, they're definitely going to change this. New gems, pin comment. Check the pin comment. Druid Volcano's lightning, perhaps. I think it was shown in the 2023 trailer. The cast on melee kill, really? Legally, but no, don't worry about it. People miss it all the time. Cast when damage taken. Ooh, now this is an interesting thing. Now, what defensive spells do we have to use with a cast on when damage taken setup is the question. Because that's like, in my opinion, like the main bread and butter of cast when damage taken in Path of Exile 1. You use it to increase your defenses by like casting like an immortal cry or something like that. I'm trying to think because like it could potentially be like a we don't have an enduring cry. So it's like cast damage taken hard on Thorns build. Ignite yourself with Infernalist. Cast on damage taken. Cast on Ignite. I don't know if cast on Ignite counts on yourself though, but I can see the thought process of where that's going, which could potentially be interesting. Yeah, you could potentially do a cast on damage taken with the Infernalist stuff. That could be pretty cool. But, well, actually, no. I don't know if it works that way because it has to be a damage from a hit. And does that count as a hit damage? I'm not entirely sure. I don't think it counts as hit damage. Less duration time of need plus buff effect for Giga Sustain, Earthquake for main damage, cast damage taken, something more tank. Yeah, I'm trying to think about like because in Path of Exile 1, you could crash when damage taken like magma, whatever it is called, magma shield or whatever it's called. Molten Shell, right? You can cast when damage taken, that, or like Immortal Cry. Things that'll give you like survivability, but I don't know if there's anything like that in Path of Exile 2 where you just pop it and it just like gives you like an instant burst. Oh, actually, you know what? Potentially we could use it with something like this. What is it? What is the skill called? The one that restores your energy shield. It's like convalescence or something like that. Yeah, this one. So like, actually it's a spirit gem, so it probably doesn't work that way. It probably doesn't work that way. Even though you do have an active for convalescence, it probably doesn't work that way. Yeah, Steel Skin, Molten Shell, things like that in Po 1, but I don't think we have anything like that in Path of Exile 2. The only one I can think of right now is Convalescence, but like this is a spirit gem, so I doubt you could link it with it. So it's like, I just don't see... It's like, it's so useful in PoE 1, but like, I'm failing to find a good use case for it in PoE 2. Defensive Curses, CCs. Yeah, it's like maybe we get it for like to freeze things, like maybe like a cold snap or something like that. But like that's, I don't know about that one. Blink probably use offensively like everything else in the game. That's so boring though. That's so boring. I hate that. Yeah, I really just don't see anything that could really be used with it. Like maybe, well, actually banner skills aren't spells, so I don't think you could even use that. Do you have like a curse or debilitate? I mean, there's like temporal chains is like the only curse that like negatively affects enemies to like make them, it's like temporal chains and like enfeeble are the only two that I could think about potentially being used, but it's like nothing. Bone shield? Bone shield. What bone shield thing are we talking about? I don't think we have debilitate, no. The AoE one? Are you locked on like Bone Cage? This one? Yeah, I mean, the thing is you need to do enough damage for it to like pin well. And if you're using it on a non-spellcaster, it probably isn't going to be doing that much damage. Yeah, I at the moment I'm just seeing very limited use cases for this. But again, you know, they might add more skills, right? They might add more skills to make it more viable. It's just at the moment what we have in the game, I think it's very limited. All right, Chaotic Infusion, I think we have that. Another knife throw situation. Requiem. Your weapons passively accumulates anguish from the tormented souls within. When fully charged, use the skill to compose the Requiem. Oh, this is just the crossbow skill. That's just the crossbow skill. That's just this. Yeah, it's just this. The Last Lament. Dominating Aura. It's a spirit gem. Hard to say what it's going to be doing, but it would be cool if it was like dominating blow, but in an aura form. So like any enemy that you kill around you can get dominated. Now that would be sick. Now that would be cool. Minion tag, yeah, but like anything that creates minions are is a minion tag. I dream of being dominated. Hey. Don't get me too excited, man. Don't get me so excited on stream. Well, look at the sign. What do you gotta look at the sign? Can't wait for Aura Farm Paladins once that comes out. I definitely think like Templar is gonna be the class that is gonna have like the most supporty stuff. Sorry, forgot family friendly. Yeah, we'll see. This looks promising though. If this is anything like what I'm thinking it is, it's like an AoE dominating blow type of situation. It could be really interesting. It's the icon as Divine Shrine. Well, I think Dominating Blow has the same icon, right? See, with Dominating Blow, it's the exact same icon. So I'm hoping that it's what I think it is. The question is though, and I feel like it's gonna do this. And I hate it. Okay, I already hate that I'm thinking about this, but I feel like it's gonna be something along these lines. Because like any enemy that you kill in your aura in like your AoE becomes dominated seems way too powerful. It's probably gonna be a situation where like, oh, after an enemy stands in your presence for like 5 seconds, when you kill that enemy, it becomes dominated for like 20 seconds, something like that. Like, I totally see them throwing some bullshit like that in there. Because this definitely just seems way too strong. If it's like any enemy in your presence that you kill gets dominated. Because that's even stronger than Dominating Blow in Path of Exile 1. Where these skills come from? They're Datamined. So they're in the game code right now. Cast on deaths on Madara using Tenkai Shinsei. 2 power Grave 5 gloves. You also Deke. Okay. So we'll see. This has potential, but probably going to be lame. First thing, Fento's already in the game. Ferocious War. Another skill for Druid. Triggers Socketed Warcry. So that's already in the game. That's already in the game. Or not in the game, but that was already shown. Socketed skills deal increased damage. Attacks exerted by socketed skills deal increased damage. Definitely Ninja Turtles. I wish Miso's dominating. What the fuck? How did this conversation get in this direction? We can talk after stream, all right? For a price. All right, converts 80% of physical damage to fire, melee, okay. Furious Slam. Shapeshift in the bear, slam the ground with great force, causing stunning shockwave that deals damage in a large AoE area around you. So basically just like you go up, you slam the ground, and it does a shockwave. Interesting enough, though, all of these bear skills, all these shapeshift skills are considered unarmed attacks. So there's a huge potential that with the Druid comes a lot of unarmed tree nodes. Because right now, the only unarmed nodes are right here, and they're very lame, right? Unarmed skill attack damage, unarmed attack speed, all that, right? This is the only area for unarmed stuff. So they might add a bunch of unarmed stuff over here. And potentially we could start getting unarmed skill builds. Face breakers incoming, maybe. They did mention that face breakers would be coming at some point. Cast on melee skills looks good. I saw that as well, and it looked too good to be true. I think they're definitely going to be editing it in some way, shape, or form. Because it doesn't work the same as any cast on skill. Because it's just flat energy, whereas all the other cast on skills always say like energy per power. Is 300 energy on kill? Well, if you look at any other cast on skill, it's energy per power, right? Gains energy per power. So I think it's gonna be they're gonna edit it. It's gonna be changed. There's skills on the left side called shapeshifting. Yeah. There's already this stuff, right? But this is not anything like, I would not say this is Druid specific. This is just global, right? This can be used by anybody. So there's gonna be like specific. I think there's gonna be specific unarmed skill nodes that are gonna be popping up over here. It requires a kill load? Yeah, but you're killing so fast. Like, any white enemy will trigger 300, which is like basically like triggering any spell at that point instantly. It's way too powerful. There's no way it's going to stay that way. Yo, welcome back. Welcome back. 11 is back to 0.3. Why do you still call yourself 11 when your name is Ire? Give me axe. It's not going to happen. I'm sorry. It was probably get updated, so it's not as boring right now, giving global attack. We'll see, right? But I'm predicting unarmed skill nodes. I'm predicting unarmed skill nodes, given that all the Druid attacks, the transforms, are unarmed. This says nothing. Ice Walker. When active, you can pass through ice crystals. You also passively generate ice crystals nearby at a rate increased by cast speed. Interesting. It was basically like passive frozen locusts. It requires unarmed, nods unarmed. Yeah, but the thing is, the skill itself is going to be counted as an unarmed skill, from what I surmise. It's going to be counted as an unarmed skill. Like, all your skills that you're using are counted as unarmed skills. If we get a martial artist monk ascendancy, that sort of thing is going to be a pain in the ass to navigate the side of the tree. Yeah. Maybe it doesn't come on the left side. Maybe it comes on the right. Who knows? Is there an unarmed tag? Yeah. Like right here, right? Increases damage to unarmed attacks. I think, what is it called? Conks might be unarmed. Actually, there might not be an unarmed tag. Let's see. Poisonous concoction. Yeah, so poisonous concoction does not have an unarmed tag, right? It's the same thing. Requires unarmed. It's the exact same thing. And these get these get buffed by the unarmed skills tree. So again, with martial artists coming, with or we think martial artists is coming, and with the fact that Druid has all their attacks are considered unarmed, I think there's a good chance that unarmed stuff pops up on the tree. Okay, we looked at Knife Flip already. Meta Bow Totem. Place a Ballista Totem that uses socketed bow skills. Okay. Interesting. And same with Spell Totem. I've been waiting for these to come. Again, we don't know if it's going to come with this patch. Probably not. But they're cool. I think we already have Pinnacle of Power. Axe Slash, Sword Slash. These are just basic attacks, basically. And these are all basic attacks. Plunging Blade. A day to go, then we're gonna know. Yep. We're all just waiting. My guess is we don't see Spell Totem until Templar. Probably. Wasn't there a leak that a Martial Arts Ascendancy is coming? Oh, yeah. There's a leak that Martial Arts Ascendancy is coming, but it's still not confirmed, right? It's still not, nothing's ever confirmed. Like, because we have this right here, right? There was also like the sound bite in the game of like martial artists being added. So like it's potential, unknown, but I think likelihood is high martial artist is coming. I think he knows something we do. I wish, dude. I think the only person that actually knows stuff people don't know is DM. DM is the man that has all of the information and he just can't share it. I mean, would you guys like to be in that situation though? Like, because like right now we're all like super hyped for what's to come, right? But DM, like, he already knows everything. There's no hype for him. Or maybe he's still hyped, but like it's not like we're gonna like, you know, all together as a community just like figure everything out in one day. And it's like, oh my god, this is amazing. Yo, what's up, Chitoge? One thing I don't like about Po 2 is that any class can use any skill gem, but the limitation being the attribute requirements for that gem. Yeah, and PoE 1 is like that too, but I think PoE 1 is a lot easier to get attributes than PoE 2. That's a difference. Oh, this season Chronomancer will be at least viable. I mean, there are viable Chronomancer's builds, but like it's definitely one of the less powerful ones, like Ascendancies. Let's see. Plunging Blade, one-handed swords, two-handed swords, converts 80% of physical damage to fire damage. Okay, this is still very early on. Again, swords. Same with this one, very early on. Viper Strike icon for some reason. Shadow Ambush has nothing. Shadow Dash has nothing. Shadow Thief Slash is pretty much has nothing. Shroud. Gain stealth after not using skills or being hit for a short time. I mean, unless stealth gives you like something crazy. Like maybe it's like there would be skills that like trigger after being stealth, like it comes out and you do like a big burst of damage or something like that. Maybe. But it's a spirit gem. DM knows everything about Wagazi? I don't think so. I think it's just DM. Dagger builds in Po 1 good. I mean, they're fine. There are builds that use daggers. But I think the best builds in Po 1 are not using daggers right now. Someone asked Ballard last night if they wish to know anything in advance. Their stance was as a creator, land on nah. Yeah, I don't. I mean, regardless. So here's the thing, right? As a creator, knowing stuff ahead of time can be good and can be bad at the same time, right? It's like, as a creator, if you know stuff ahead of time, that means you can make guides ahead of time. And then on day one, like you just unleash everything and then you get a ton of views, right? So that's like a positive. But like it's like a negative on the community, in my opinion, because like it means that the creators just have like way more information than everybody. That like if you're doing any races or anything like that, like it just makes it unfair, / the creator just can't participate. Or like if they can, it's just like it doesn't mean anything. Like there's no accomplishment to it. So like if you're the type of person that like, you know, wants to do that stuff, it's a big negative. But if you're like the type of person that like is making guides, it'll be a big positive for your channel. But I also think it's kind of a big negative for the community too, because it kind of like takes away some of the ability for the community to like theory craft together. Like if the creators have already theory crafted a lot of things, then it's like a lot of people just don't feel like they need a theory craft anymore, which is like a big negative. It's kind of like with like Last Epoch. Like I remember with the last season of Last Epoch, literally the moment that the game came out, there was like on max roll, like all the meta builds were already ranked, and that's boring. It's like that's super boring. They need to give us some good uniques. Most of them are useless. Spinning Flail. Advance forward, striking enemies around you with whirling swings with your flail. Oh, this is kind of like pseudo whirlwind. 50% less movement speed though. Oh no. Is that what's gonna happen with Cyclone? Is that what's gonna happen with Cyclone? We're gonna move like a goddamn snail whenever we use it? It sounds terrible. Ellie's not doing that this season. That's good. It's not boring for the casuals. Oh, of course. But like, I think like it's the casuals. They'll have like, there's other avenues. I think it's more negative than positive, I think, is what I'm trying to say. Tallest under the 2023 trailer for sure, under the Templar little reveal. I see. Pathfinder Cyclone? Potentially. Summon Companion. Summon a reviving companion to aid you in combat. The mercenary will use socketed attacks and be given equipment in the skills panel. Interesting. So this is what people were saying the mercenary stuff was coming from. It looks like the mercenary is a crossbow character, though, because it says, like, ammunition, clear your active bolt and reload any ammunition. Unless it's, like, saying, like, oh, if it's using crossbow, it will have the skill. Like, that's the other thing that, like, I'm thinking that this might be a specific crossbow carry, like, crossbow summon. And, like, the fact that it's not a summon mercenary skill, it's a summon companion, and it says the mercenary uses its skills, maybe it's, like, talking specifically, like, even, like, the mercenary, like, class, right? Which has the crossbow as its, like, kind of class weapon. Every skill and support having 10x, the downside is getting boring very fast. Rumors they're going to optimize the movement speed. Yeah, so what Jonathan has said in the past is that in patch 0.3, they will be focusing on making the campaign faster. So that can have a lot of implications, which means potentially movement speed buffs, but also it could just imply like they're going to streamline the maps more. There's a lot of things that you can kind of surmise off of that. I wonder how Shock Siphon will go. It's ES Recover, Kill on Hit. It's a support. Shock Siphon is an old skill, I think. It was in the game before. Yeah. This was in 0.1. I don't think anybody used it. Either that or they got taken away. I don't think anybody really used it. But I never played Spark, so maybe that's why. Maybe they used it with Spark. Let's see. Wolf. Summon Wolf. Summons a wolf minion. Wolves howl when they first emerge, making critical hits more likely against enemies. Deals up to 50% more damage based on the distance traveled. Interesting. Interesting. So it gives, basically, I'm assuming when it says makes critical hits more likely against enemies, it probably gives crit weakness to enemies when they come out, which is pretty good. I hope they don't touch or shorten Act 1. It's already Chef's Kiss. I agree. Softcore Spark Bills were using mana as the hit pool of CI. I see. Can I provide a link? Yeah, it's in the pinned comment. Sword Leap Slash, Sword Lunge, Tornado. So that's also a Druid skill, right? That's already been shown. I think they show it here.
Of lightning. The bolts don't do much damage, but they shock monsters, which is a debuff that increases all damage on them, meaning it's a great spell to use before going in as a bear. So, that's going to increase your damage as the slowest attacking. That's why allowing you to speed over.
There it is. So that's what it looks like.
Monsters in, allowing you to split up packs and deal with groups separately, or pin monsters in place and set up combos with your other skills. The Tornado doesn't really move big monsters much, so you can actually use it to separate a boss from its minions too. The Druid also has the ability to summon animal companions. This is another really useful defense because wolves can take aggro from the ability to summon.
I really think that they need to add more to it. If all it does is suck up enemies and like not really do damage to them, like, yeah, nobody's gonna fucking use that bullshit. It doesn't even look like it has crazy damage either. 44 base damage, that's like nothing. That's literally nothing. What's the point? I know, it's literally useless. They're definitely gonna have to buff this up in some way, shape, or form if they want it to be useful. Like, I think it could be a cool, like, kind of like how the lightning storm or whatever that we looked at earlier is like you put it down and like used for shocking enemies. like maybe you could use it like either as like a damage over time skill that just like you pop it down, it does damage over time, nice little like support while you're doing 1v1 bossing, like, or like it needs to do enough damage, or maybe it's like it's faster and like follows enemies around, and like maybe you could pick up like ground effects potentially that could like maybe make it a little more useful. But as in its current state, it's not good. Tornado is OP. I skipped 2 leagues of this game. Still Path of Energy Shield with 200% rarity and 90% Spark players. Well, Spark is not good. Spark has not been good. But it's still very much large energy shield, and rarity is still fairly strong. But I would say that rarity is like, it caps out kind of like diminishing returns at 100. Last season it was a lightning spear was the powerful skill. Spark is not good. I'll reroll. No, it's fine. Spark is fine. You can make it fine, but it's not anywhere close to what it was in 0.1. It's definitely not meta. You can use it. You can make it work, but it requires significant investment, and it's not meta anymore. It's nowhere compared to what 0.1 Spark was. Like, you can make it work. It's fine. It'll be decent, right? If you put enough investment into it, it'll be a strong skill. But, like, it's not what Spark was in 0.1. 0.1, everyone was just playing Spark. Is RF an PoE 2? No. And Jonathan did mention that he doesn't like the RF playstyle, so when it does come into the game, it's going to be altered. Gemini Infusion. Grants infusion to your weapon, non-melee stacks, confuse. Okay, never mind. I think that's already in the game. Gas Cloud. Triple slash combo. Volcano. Okay, this is the one in the trailer for Druid. Creates a volcano that fires projectiles around it. Channeling the skill causes more projectiles and deal more damage and erupt. Any slam skills near the volcano causes it to erupt and fire projectiles. Yeah. I don't know. Like, it's going to be a single target skill for sure. Like, the way that we see it, it's definitely a single target skill. Right?
The reason you're going to want to turn into a bear after using Volcano is that any slam near the volcano results in it spewing out even more projectiles.
Like, nobody's going to do that while mapping. Nobody's doing this shit while mapping, alright? Yeah, I'm just going to stick around this volcano and, like, slam onto it to kill all the monsters, right? Like, yeah, nobody's...
Rampage is even better because it does 2 slams every time it hits the ground. And you can run around the volcano.
Is this class coming out in the patch? Nobody knows for sure what's coming out, but we're predicting this class to come out. You can make a pseudo RF with Witch and Whirling Slash, or any class Whirling Slash, yeah. Rampage with Buster for clear. Yeah, it seems pretty strong for clear. Yeah, I mean, it's basically what Stampede is, right? So it's like, at the moment, from what I can tell, Rampage is just going to be Stampede.
Let out a roar and stampede over all enemies in your path.
He literally calls
the ground with your
stampede.
paws.
He literally says you're stampeding.
The initial roar over all enemies in your path, slamming the ground with your paws.
Yeah, I think this skill is probably going to be as good as Stampede is. All Druid spells are way too stationary. It'll be interesting, right? Because first off, this is the bear. The bear is supposed to be slower, tankier, maybe does like bigger hits, right? But then you probably have other transforms as well that will be a little bit more mobile. And also, this was literally from a year ago, so I think their vision for the game probably has changed a little bit since a year ago. Clearly, you can see that it has changed quite a bit, because this boss fight right here during the campaign takes 3 minutes. Imagine being in the campaign and, spending 3 minutes on a boss like this. And this doesn't even look like an act boss. Like, I can see you with, like, a fairly, like, underpowered build spending 3 minutes on Jamanra or something like that. But, like, this does not look like an act boss. This is just some random-ass boss from the campaign. And he spends 3 minutes killing it. So I think, like, since this video where they made the Druid stuff, they've probably changed up a little bit about how Druid works, and maybe, like, a lot of, like, the numbers, like the speed, different things like that, to make it just a little bit, match a little bit more what the rest of the game feels like. Because if the Druid is in its current state, like in this video, I can see the class being very underpowered. Did they record this with white items, no support gems? No, they definitely had support gems. I don't know about the rarity of the items, but they definitely had skills with support gems. It looks like they only had 2 sockets. They didn't get any Jeweler's Orbs for them. But yeah, they definitely had support. There's some with like 3 sockets, right? Think we might get those extra pots? No. This was an old build. So, like, because basically what it was with the extra pots was, this is a system from Path of Exile 1 where they had the 5 pot slots, and they got rid of that and made it down to only 2 potions, 1 HP, 1 MP. During ExileCon 2023, they got a guy to try this fight with a warrior. It took him 7 minutes. Maybe in the future? No, I don't see it happening ever. It's not going to happen. They're not going to go back onto the 5 potion system. They're not going to go back. They changed the charms, yeah, exactly. Basically, like, the utility. So the reason why they had so many potion sockets or slots was because they used to have utility flasks in PoE 1. So, like, you'd probably run, like, maybe, like, 1 HP potion at the most on most characters, and the rest of them would be, like, utility flasks, like movement speed, or, like, phasing, or, like, you know, like, various different flasks that just have different utility effects that you would use. And, like, it became really toxic because it just, in Path of Exile, it's just like you're spamming flasks a ton. You're pianoing flasks basically while you're mapping, unless you have like tinctures or whatever they're called, or a mage blood. Gold was nice back then. Interesting. Yeah, I think gold in Path of Exile, because gold came out in Path of Exile 1 first, and it was itemized at the time, I think. But when I played Mace Mercenary Act 2, boss took me 12 minutes per attempt. It took me 40 attempts to beat it, never going back to Mace skills. Well, Mace skills now, if you're like an experienced PoE 1 player, is actually very, very good. Mace skills are probably one of the most solid league starters out of all the types of skills. Gamestop 2023, they like showed Act 4 King's March. So they've had all the acts, like, at least at some level of completion for a while. So they showed a lot of, like, Act 4 content already. The Howl, I think that might be the wolf stuff. Leaping Claw, I think that might also be wolf stuff, maybe. And then we have Maul. So yeah, I mean, that's all the skills that we have in the game right now, or in this leak, or not leak, Datamined. What class do you think we'll have? I personally think Druid. Very likely Druid. They really need to speed things up for fuck's sake. Theories on the 3rd transformation. I'm guessing it's gonna be bear, wolf, and it's either cat or bird. That's my guess for the transformations. Bear, wolf, cat, or bird. Volcanic eruption works with Volcano. Just supports melee skills that you use yourself. Supporter skills trigger volcanic eruption on hit against ignited enemies. I mean, if the it looks like it's gonna be melee skills, right? I don't think Volcano is a melee skill. Yeah, Volcano's not a melee skill, so it will not work on it, unfortunately. Bear, wolf, crab. Panther would be cool. Cat girl, not a cat girl. Oh my god, this guy's such a gooner. Why 3? Honestly, I think it's just because Diablo 2 had 3. Crab skills, log in. Volcanic eruption is going. Oh yeah. I'm not saying it's not in the game. I'm saying I don't think it's gonna work with Volcano. Because he was saying that he hopes volcanic eruption will work with Volcano, but no, I don't think it's gonna work with Volcano. He's saying like if you could link volcanic eruption into Volcano and have it proc volcanic eruption, but volcanic eruption only supports melee skills. Twink Ascendancy. Druid seems like the hardest class to design. Many archetypes, one class. Roa transformation. You transform into so the third transformation is a support transformation. You transform into a Roa and you let your teammate ride on top of you and lightning spear the entire map. And you know, that's your entire job. Basically, you're gonna move your teammate around and they get to lightning spear the entire map. Yeah, it's only strike skills. Beastmaster, any data about it? I didn't go up and look. So Beastmaster is here, but there's not really any information about it. It's just saying that Beastmaster is going to be a Huntress Ascendancy, but it's not anything. It's not going to be anything. And honestly, it says right here, the Ascendancy is Harpooner. So maybe, yeah, it's like this is Surfcaster, this is Poacher, this is Netter, and there's a Wild Heart. So we'll like, oh, this one, Wild Heart is what this one is called, right? So it's like, it's still TBD on some of these things, but I think at the end of the day, it is going to be Wild Heart, it's going to be Shaman, and it's going to be Harbinger. So Harbinger is probably going to be the summons, right? Wild Heart is going to be Transform, and Shaman is going to be Human for Druid. And then we have Martial Artist, right? Let's say Unarmed. And then we have Beastmaster, which probably is going to be more companion stuff. What the fuck? Spider. Wasn't Harpooner a Phyrecia thing? Yeah, and Surfcaster was also a Phyrecia thing. I'm not a Druid fan. I don't get the hype for it. I mean, everybody's going to be hyped about different classes, right? Shaman, the Totem Dream. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be Totem for Shaman, though. I think if anything, Totems are probably going to be Templar. Because what is it? Is it Chieftain? That's the Totem class in PoE? Oh, wait. Chieftain and Totem Lords, yeah. Oh, is it Hierophant? Okay, it's Hierophant. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, we got the Totem stuff here, right? So, and this is Templar. Is it Ascendancy for Templar? So, yeah. I don't think we're gonna get totems until Templar, unfortunately. It's pretty sad though. Like, I'm gonna be honest, I understand why they added totem skills to the game, but it feels weird to have totems in the game without a totem, like an Ascendancy that really takes advantage of totems. Because totems are just like not a very, like, they're viable, but they're not that great. If we had a totem Ascendancy, I think it could actually make like totems like something that more people would play. Totems are always going to be a little bit niche though, because like it's a little bit of a slower play style. But I feel like they're just very underwhelming at the moment with like what we currently have. Chieftain used to have a bit of totem support and they killed and stressed some totems. Warbringer totem ascendancy? Nah, I would not say so. Like, Warbringer, in my opinion, is... It's like, it feels like it because it has a totem thing here, right? With like what is it called? This right here, where is it? The thing that summons this one, answered call, right? But that's like, this is the only thing. It doesn't really, like, with answered call being so garbage, with its ancestrals being, spirits being just so bad, I just, it's not a totem ascendancy. It just does too little, in my opinion. Like, if you were to go totems, right? Like, what other nodes? Like, I don't know. I guess you could take this and then just take, like, this for, like, blocks and, like, this. But it at its current state, it's just bad. Maybe it's, like, you know, if it was better, it could be the totem ascendancy. But right now, it's just so garbage that I don't think you could call it a totem ascendancy. Isn't Totem already super safe to play with big damage and very easy gameplay loop? I don't know if it's... I don't think it's... So there are some big damage totems, yes. But nobody plays, like... Outside of League Star, I don't think people really play totems as, like... a main play style. Like, I remember Ziz started totems last league in Dawn of the Hunt and regretted it. Like, totems are, like, a part... Like, you can do, like, Sunder totems as a part of your, like, single target damage, but nobody's really using totems as, like, an AoE map clear. Do you say they're reamping the Ancestral Monkey thing? I hope so. Sunder Warbringer was fallen, basically immortal. Artillery. Oh yeah, the ballista stuff is pretty decent too. That is true. But the thing is, you don't use like a... You use another ascendancy for them. I think you use like tactician or something. It's like but tactician's not like a totem ascendancy. I would just like to see them add like a little bit of a totem's ascendancy, to be honest. I just think it would be cool. Only like totems for Lich, but it got boring fast how slow it is. That is another thing. Spell totem with Dark Effigy is actually pretty good. But it's a lot of button presses. It's a lot of button presses. Point one Shockwave totem, Thunder totem had good clear, but they relied heavily on jewel setups, and they killed damage scaling on them. Yeah. As I'm not a totem enjoyer, to be honest, right? But there are totem enjoyers out there, and I feel like the choices for totems and the ability to scale totems is just very limited. Like, it's a very straightforward way of doing things right now. And I think a large part of that is also the fact that, you know, we don't have some of these other totems, like spell totems, right? That they're potentially adding. Like spell totem, meta bow totem, right? I think when these get added, we're probably going to be seeing a lot more totem stuff. But again, those are probably coming with Templar whenever that comes out. I was gonna do something, but now I'm forgetting what I was gonna do. Maybe we do like a 0.3 like bingo, right? Maybe I'm jumping ahead of myself here because what is it called? We're gonna be doing maybe we'll do it with like Rabbit and like Cal, but maybe we do like a 0.3 like live stream reveal bingo. That could be pretty interesting fun. 0.3 bingo on yesterday night's DM Gassy interview with GG co-founder. Wait, did they do an interview with GG co-founder last night? But it wasn't like anything 0.3 specific though, right? Bingo equals disappointment. It was probably just like talking, because like I'm assuming that GG co-founder was probably like no longer at GGG. All right, where's the video? Is it on Gazzy's channel? Doing MTG horoscopes. Interesting. Do they just rework some of the current Ascendancy classes? Yeah, 100%. Like, for example, I really think that they're probably going to be reworking and buffing, like, Acolyte, right? I think Acolyte of Chayula is probably going to see some, like, I mean, Acolyte has been bad for so long. There's no way they keep it this bad for another season. But partly, I think it is also Acolyte is like chaos damage in the game is just really garbo right now. I think they need to do something to make chaos damage better. And I think part of the reason why chaos damage is so bad is because, for one, right, chaos damage, I don't think it has enough support on the tree. The current chaos damage support is just like very limited. Like, I'm, as a monk, right, playing Acolyte, I am probably not gonna like travel to all these places to grab chaos damage nodes. I'm gonna go to here and here, maybe here, right? And that's all I'm gonna do. Maybe here, I don't know, but like in the close vicinity, there's really not that much. But also, something to note is that chaos damage in Path of Exile 2 works very different than chaos damage in Path of Exile 1. Because if you look at it here, when you see chaos, right? Chaos damage is one of the 5 damage types. It is reduced by chaos resistance. Chaos damage is the least common damage type, and it removes twice as much energy shield as the damage value when taken, right? So it does double damage to energy shield. But in Path of Exile 1, right, chaos damage is different. Chaos damage bypasses energy shield. So basically in Path of Exile 1, if you are using chaos damage, it doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be poison or anything. Just as long as using a form of chaos damage, it will bypass energy shield. And this change is huge, especially when you think about it in an aspect of like some monsters have like really, really big energy shields. It's not everything, right? I think that even if it didn't do that, even if it like, you know, did still like has the same effect, or like even if they gave it this effect in Path of Exile 2, it still wouldn't make chaos damage strong, but it would definitely make it better. I hope they add some fun stuff for Stormweaver, supposedly elemental class, double incinerate. I mean, I think, and slash hope, like, I don't know. It's like weird, right? I've talked about for like the mage ascendancies that I have wanted. I think that they're probably going to go in a, or like they should go more in a direction of like, this is the frost one, this is the lightning one, and this is the fire one. But like, I also just, I don't know. Maybe it, because like they don't have a fire ascendancy really, right? So they kind of need to add like a fire ascendancy. But like it also feels a little bit weird to kind of like make that ascendancy only for fire skills. Chayla's okay, Chronomancer otherwise. There's new support with chaos damage is energy shield. It's the support gem is really bad. I know which one you're talking about. Is this one, right? Soulbreaker. Chaos damage Nova when breaking energy shield. That like not like it's like unless every enemy in the game had energy shield, I just find this very, very like niche use case. I think it already has this effect in PoE too. So poisons go through energy shield, but not chaos damage in general. Poisons will go through energy shield and but not just all chaos damage. In PoE 1, all chaos damage bypasses energy shield, whether it's poison or not. If they don't overhaul in point 3 release, it could be one of the major balance reworks up in mid-season. They probably don't want it to get too much attention if we're going to get a new class Ascendancy. Got to start rolling mass for monsters again. The percent life as energy shield. Yeah, I think that Chayula is probably going to get a buff. Right? Let's take a look at this, right? So Chayula, I think, is probably getting a buff. I think that here's what I think for like what they're gonna do with the Ascendancies. I think that if they're gonna make any changes to any of the Ascendancies, I think that Infernalist, the demon form, probably deserves a little bit of a buff. I'm gonna be honest. This is very, very weak right now. Nobody plays it. This needs to get buffed. I think Blood Mage probably gonna get a nerf. Given how strong it's been this season, I think they're probably gonna receive a nerf. I don't know if like partly it might be because of the crit damage scaling, but I think in general Blood Mage is just a pretty dang strong ascendancy. I think Lich probably won't get changed much. I actually think Lich is in a pretty good place. It's not weak, but it's not overpowered either. I think that there was good representation of Lich. If we take a look at Po2 Ninja, right? You can see that Lich had 10% play. Like, it's the third most popular class. So I think that Lich is actually pretty good. But you never hear people complaining about Lich either as, like, a problematic class. So I think that Lich probably stays where it is. They all need buffs except Blood Mage and Tava. Tyler should get a buff for real. Invoker's better in every way. So next up, Chronomancer. I definitely think needs a buff or a change or something, especially with like the the thing that makes it so the cooldowns get reset. Oh wait, no, that is a Stormweaver, which I also think is going to get a buff. Stormweaver probably going to get a buff. It's just not well. It's not good. It's not good. The thing is, like, they completely gutted the only reason why you would ever use Stormweaver, which is like the double shocks, and them adding like magnitude of shock you inflict reduced is just like or less magnitude, not even reduced, just like completely gutted the class. I think Stormweaver in general has just been a not very well designed ascendancy, and the only reason why people use it was for this. Like, if it didn't have, and that's exactly what happened, right? This got nerfed, and nobody used it anymore. I mean, of course, Spark also got nerfed, right? That also helps, made it worse. But I think it's either, there's two factors, right? I think Spark was way overpowered, but also I think the Stormweaver as an ascendancy, this is kind of its only like, in my opinion, real useful thing. Strike isn't an issue. It's the Arcane Surge nerf plus no viable spell. And maybe I'm reading it wrong, right? Because I didn't play Spark at all. That's from an outsider perspective. That's what I saw. But maybe you're right. Arcane Surge. Either way, I think that this is a fairly underpowered ascendancy. Needs to be taken a look at. It doesn't make sense that... Like, here's the thing. Here's what I see, right? How I see it is you should be able to use an ascendancy regardless of whether or not it's skills that support the ascendancy are like overpowered or not. It should, like, the ascendancy should be making the skills stronger rather than the skills being strong, meaning you can use the ascendancy. That's how I see it. And if this isn't the case, then yeah. Like, for example, right? If we take a look at Deadeye, for example, This is an Ascendancy that's super strong because it's not that the skills enable the Ascendancy, it's the Ascendancy that enables the skills. So, like, Wind Serpent's Fury, complete, like, non-usable, like, for the most part, unless you're playing Deadeye. Like, the reason why Wind Serpent's Fury is insane is because of the fact that Deadeye can consume the Frenzy charges twice, right? If you didn't, and you can see it in the other classes too. No other classes use Wind Serpent's Fury. That's what I mean by, like, the Ascendancy should be enabling skills rather than the skills being strong, which makes Ascendancy viable. The Ascendancy itself should be making certain skills viable rather than the skills making the Ascendancy viable, which was the case for, I think, Stormweaver. They gutted Spark and you left it, and they nerfed the Ascendancy too, which left it in kind of like a hollow state. So I think they just need to take a relook at this one, right? That one needs to be buffed. Chronomancer, I think the thing is, originally it was never like a offensive Ascendancy anyways, which is fine, right? Because we have Smith and Kataba, which is not an offensive Ascendancy. It gives you a ton of defenses, but the defenses that Chrono gives you is like, it's not like exactly like a defense. It's like not a hard defense, if that makes sense, right? Because like Smith and Kataba legit just gives you stats, right? Which is really, really good. But like this gives you like defensive abilities, which are like, in general, you don't really want to use defensive abilities while you're mapping and stuff like that. It doesn't really work very well. Now, the one thing Chrono has going for it is time freeze. You can do some really, really cool one-shot stuff with time freeze. But that's kind of about it. The other thing that Chrono was used for was for recoup, right? And they nerfed this. They nerfed recoup. They used to have one that like gave you like percentage recoup as well. So like they nerfed that aspect of it. That was actually one of the few things that Chrono was used for. And then the other thing is the time, like, what is it? Is it Time Snap or Temporal Rift? There's one that like gives you cooldowns back. They completely got rid of all like the really good big cooldown spells. Like the Hammer of the Gods was a thing in 0.1 that was like, you know, Chronomancer, you use Hammer of the Gods, refresh Hammer of the Gods, right? But this season, Hammer of the Gods got completely gutted and you can't use it with that anymore. They nerf present slow. It's a lot weaker this patch. Yeah, in general, I don't know why they nerfed this Ascendancy. It makes zero sense that they went and nerfed this. It was not an overpowered Ascendancy in 0.1, so why did they nerf it? I think if they kept it the same way for 0.2, it still would have been an underpowered Ascendancy. So this makes zero sense, right? Frostwall, Time Bomb can go pretty nuts. It's very niche. Very, very niche. It was enabling builds for other classes, like from a support standpoint. I guess maybe like team play, but like, I'm gonna be honest, right? Maybe this is a hot take. Maybe this is a bad take. I don't think they should balance this game around team play. Like, I think team play should be like a fun thing that you do with friends, right? But like, I don't think like you should worry about like too much about like how it works with a team. Like, if you're gonna, you know, get your team together and do some OP shit, sure, right? Like, I don't know. I don't think, like, unless something's like ridiculously busted, like something that's just like breaks the fucking game, right? I don't think that, because like you can get some really busted stuff solo already. Like, I don't think it's bouncing around team play. Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying that because somebody was saying that the reason why they nerfed Chronomancer was because there was some nutty stuff you could do with other people. Like, you could do some nutty combinations with other classes. We have no friends. Like, if they don't balance around team play, sure, right? That's great. But I'm just saying, if they do balance around team play, I don't think that's the right call. anything Miso says is a bad take, but this is the only occasion I agree with you. When is 0.3 reveal? Tomorrow. So the 20th. Team play was bad in 0.2. Level of luck rarity bot with my friends. It was awful. No loot. They really thought that they could make the combo play work, but the game is too fast for it. In 36 hours. Yeah, I mean, we have a time. We have a countdown, actually. I think it might be on the Path of Exile website. Ah, flashbang. I'm sorry. It's right here. This is how when the live stream goes live. 1 day, 10 hours, and 8 minutes. The thing is, builds one-shot bosses, so even if the time freeze is a meme. Yeah, it enables more things, so we will one-shot it, but yeah. Overall, again, I just think that this Ascendancy needs to be taken a look at. Like, it doesn't do what it should be doing. I think they set out with a goal of making it like, oh, this is like a cool time thing, refreshes cooldowns and like slow time or whatever, right? And like helps you like stopping time and like killing bosses like is good. But the problem is other builds don't need to time stop to one-shot bosses. So it's like, what's the point, right? So yeah, I just think like this needs to be taken a look at for sure. It needs to be buffed. Was that big bullseye? Maybe you could do the thing Cogor does with a timer, open a browser window, GG website. Oh yeah, no, I was just thinking about that, but like literally, I mean, I guess I do have one more stream before we do that. I could do that. Because we actually did that with Dawn of the Hunt too. I did that with Dawn of the Hunt. Oh, I think I already have it set up. Oh, never mind. There it is. There it is. Boom. Which orders uses do? Swords, axes would be cool. Claws, fists. Swords are not coming until the very end, unfortunately. Claws, I think we're probably not going to get a new weapon this league, unfortunately. Time freeze incinerate looks cool though. I'm a bit sad the league will start at midnight European time, but it's hard to please all time zones. Yeah, they just basically, I'm assuming what they do is they choose the time zones that have the most overlap with their players, and they just go there. Do you think they'll give us sneak peeks? I think so. I think we'll probably get like some sort of like big teaser at Gamescom. I'll be pissed if we don't get more weapon types. If they come out with Druid, there will not be more weapon types. Because Druid does not use weapons. Well, the human form uses staff, which is already in the game. And then the transform uses unarmed. So if Druid is the class, there will not be any new weapon types. We're due a class teaser like they did with Dawn of the Hunt. Unarmed Pog? Yeah, I mean, and you know, potentially we're getting martial artist as a ascendancy. So I think unarmed should be going big this patch. We should be getting some unarmed stuff. Maybe Facebreaker. Maybe. I'd be excited. If they don't show Druid at Gamescom, this is over. I think they'll probably release like a class teaser. I think they will. Like you said with like Huntress, right? Is there Druid in Pool 1? No. But there's Druid in D2, which I think they're going to base a lot of the Druid stuff off of. Martial Artists will still be with Quarterstaff, for sure. Maybe. I don't know. I feel like with Martial Artists, maybe it's like you're still wearing a Quarterstaff, but then like you're going to be doing unarmed stuff. Kind of like with the Palm Strike skills. Who knows? Facebreaker with a new shield Warcry skill would go hard. Yeah. Okay. Next thing, Invoker. I think Invoker. I also think Invoker is in a very good spot. I don't think it's OP. I think Meditate might be a little bit OP given that we don't have Grim Feast. But other than that, I think it's fine. Maybe if they do make Beacon weaker, they might kind of nerf this too. But I think it's okay. I think it's in a good place. It's good. I think it's good. SSF Invoker is very good, yes. I think as a league starter, Invoker is pretty good too. But, like, I personally think it's in a pretty decent spot. You think the other skills are bad? Maybe they tweaked the bad stuff, but I honestly think that Invoker as an Ascendancy is in an okay place. Invoker works without any build, and the game doesn't make it OP, and it's very friendly. Yeah. I just think it's in a decent place. I don't think it's overpowered. I don't think it's underpowered either. I think it's in a fine place. I think, like, especially, like, again, this is so powerful, right? I think this is really powerful. I think Meditate for hardcore is really good. Softcore, who the fuck cares, right? But hardcore, it's really good. And then the spirit stuff is also really good. I think spirit is really good. Crit ignore resistance is very good for all content while focusing on offensive stat, getting double positive on Ascendancy node. Yeah, it's so good. I think this is a very good Ascendancy. Like, there might be stuff on here that's, like, basically useless. Like, I think, like, I mean, I actually used this. I used this for my build last season. I used this. I used this. Potentially, you might think, like, there might be an argument that this stuff might be a little bit too weak. Like, the last nodes, right? The last two nodes might be a little bit too weak, and you're just never going to go into it. And that might be, like, something they want to change or rework. I hope they don't get any funny ideas and put this node here and put this node there. That would be some very bad stuff. I would not be happy with that. I think that would make the Ascendancy way too weak. But for some reason, I can see them potentially having these funny ideas. You know, let's just say GG can be kind of a funny company sometimes, right? They can be a little bit of funny company. I see your point. I've never invested in much of ES, but since Griffin is out, it's kind of cool to have something that gets you a lot of ES. Do you think it would be better if it was locked behind 4 points? Honestly, again, I don't. Maybe it's just me because I don't play hardcore, and I would never use this. But, like, I could see them maybe, like, putting this, like, over here, right? And that would be a good balance, relatively decent balance. It's back to Blood Mage Rake build. Fuck you. Now you said that they're gonna do that. Yo, I don't got that type of power. I swear. That ain't me. Let's see here. Again, Chayula definitely needs a buff, right? I think Chayula definitely needs a buff. I think the only thing Chayula was really even used for this season was Ravenous Doubts. Like, being able to mana leech. This one. Consuming questions, right? Being able to leech energy shield was kind of really the big thing that they were used for. Everything else was kind of garbo. There's, like, just, like, a lot of, like, random shit. It's like, oh, randomly get this, randomly get that. But I think at the end of the day also, right, the big problem is that chaos damage is, like, not good. So even if this were, like, better, right, reality rending, gaining, like, chance to get extra chaos damage is just, like, it's a bad damage type at the moment. Like, why would you ever want chaos damage if you get lightning damage? Lightning damage, shock enemies, right? Why would you ever want a chaos damage? Or like cold damage, then you get to do like the cool like herald chaining and stuff like that. Like, or like voltaic mark, cast on freeze, like all that stuff. Like, why would you ever want chaos damage? Chaos damage is like literally one of the worst damage types in the game. Unless maybe you're using poison, which again has the nice thing of like being able to go through energy shield. In the breach shield allows you to go around ground picking up splinters. You think Chilea is on a really bad spot or just missing chaos skills? I think chaos is just a bad damage type as it stands right now in the game. Chaos skills, they're just a bad damage type right now. And there's not enough support on the tree to help it out. Of course, I think that the chaos skills are bad too. It's like a combination of everything, to be honest. I think chaos is not a great damage type in the game right now. I think there's not enough chaos skills. There are also not enough chaos support on the tree. I just think, and the Ascendancy itself is kind of meh. He doesn't have good chaos skills that scale damage. No, I think like maybe if they like the thing is like if you think about it this way, it's not even just like the chaos skills because like you have what is it called? What's that ring called? You have original sin. Elemental damage is converted to chaos damage. But it's not like people use this either. So you can like take a good skill and turn it into chaos damage. Or it's like Voltaxic Rift, right? This allows you to use other skills, other like good skills and convert it into chaos. But like nobody uses these because chaos damage is just not a good damage type at the moment and there's not any support for it. Conversions, Doctrine, and Poe. And there's also that too. Do you think Shadow will be more chaos? No. Shadow's not really chaos. So Shadow does traps. Shadow has Trickster, which is kind of like a defensive Ascendancy. And then you have Assassin, which is like crits. So there's Shadow doesn't really have like a specific like damage type to it. Do we have Withered? We do. But the sources of Withered are very limited right now. The only thing you can really get Withered with is because like in PoE 1 you have Wither totems, right? And those are a very good source of Wither. In PoE 2, the only real good source of Wither is Withering Presence. That's universal. This is the universal one that everybody can use, right? Which is an aura around you that withers enemies over time. So every like second or so, it adds like 5% wither on the enemy. It's pretty garbo unless you're doing like a prolonged fight, right? The other thing we have is the Wicked Quill, which requires a second weapon setup. So basically, whenever you spells have a chance to inflict wither for 4 seconds, so you combine this with like Eye of Winter, you throw it at the enemy, and then it will like basically instantly pop its wither up to like max. Do you think Atlas could get wiped out once Act 6 is complete? Atlas, like the map, like which Atlas? Withering Step is OP2. Yeah, there's just way more ways to apply Wither in PoE 1 compared to PoE 2. Right now, the only reliable way of doing Wither is this. So it's like all those things combined just make Chaos really bad. Just Chaos right now just does not have anything going for it. It doesn't have like, you know, the tree nodes. It doesn't have the skills. The damage it provides is just not like worth it. Like again, in PoE 1 you could like go through energy shield, and PoE 2 you can't. Like it's just not in a good place right now. Anything Chaos related is not great. The only one that you can really make work, I'd say, is like Essence Raid Contagion. That's the only one that you can make work. And even then, ED Contagion is like, you just can't scale it. It's not like that's the other thing, right? The only skill for chaos is like the damage over time stuff, and like that can't be scaled in the game right now. Everything is like crit chance, crit damage, and you can't crit chance, crit damage, ED contagion. Where there used to be flat chance on hit, now it's ailment threshold based. Yeah, you used to be able to use your Dark Effigy to apply Wither very consistently, no matter what build you're on. You had a support gem that I forget what the name of the support gem is called, but you put it onto any skill that did any chaos damage, and then you could apply Wither on with it, and they just gutted that. ED Contagion is not bad as a starter. Yeah, not bad as a starter. It's a good starter. But like if you wanted to scale the end game, you're not going to play it. Like if you want to scale like as in like compared to other end game builds, like you get up to tier 15 maps, you kill all the bosses with it just fine, whatever, right? But it's not like it doesn't compete with a lot of like the top tier builds out there. ED Contagion at the end of the day, really good league starter, right? A tier, maybe even S tier league starter. But then like when it comes to mapping and like end game prowess, it's probably like a C or a B tier. At least Chaos gain is extra damage multiplicative. Like any extra gain X as extra damage is good in this game, right? Any gain X as extra damage is good in this game. But like to be honest, if you ask me, would you rather have gain X as chaos damage or gain X as lightning damage? 10 out of 10 times, I'm going to take lightning damage. I'm not taking chaos damage. Because at least lightning damage will give me shock. Can you respect? Yeah. You can respect everything. You can even respect your Ascendancy now. Deadeye, I think it's... this class is... I'm going to be honest, right? Deadeye is not going to be unusable. I think Deadeye will still be a very strong Ascendancy. I think Deadeye will still be good, but it's definitely not going to be anywhere near as close as it is right now. Like, for example, I think they're not going to nerf Tailwind. They're not going to nerf the Mark stuff. They're not going to nerf the +1 projectiles, right? The only thing they're going to touch is this. The Frenzy Charge stuff. They are 100% gutting the Frenzy Charge stuff, but that's fine. You can still use Deadeye without the Frenzy Charge stuff, and it's still really, really good. Yeah, only class that has move speed at the start. It is still going to be top tier, guys. Or like really, really good. Deadeye is still going to be really, really good, but they're 100% going to gut this. This is disappearing. They're changing this, making it like way worse. I don't know if they're going to make it like last league, but they're definitely going to be touching this in some way, shape, or form. Girls Wars Record calls them. They're saying they're going to fix move speed this patch. We'll see how it is. Yeah, we'll see. So Deadeye, I think, is 100% getting nerfed, but honestly, it deserves it, and it's not going to be a bad nerf. Like, this is unhealthy for the game type of situation, in my opinion. This, honestly, to me, it seems like a broken interaction. If I'm going to be honest. This, to me, seemed like a bugged reaction, even though it's not. It's just ridiculous. PoE 2 needs a tornado shot from PoE 1. Stop being toxic. Deadeye's just fine. Just buff the other classes. Oh, okay. So Deadeye definitely getting to get a nerf, but it's gonna be fine. It's not gonna be dead in the water. I don't think they're gonna touch any of these other stuff because this all this other stuff is actually very balanced. It's very good, very strong, but like not overpowered. Let's see. Pathfinder. They nerfed the only thing that was good for it, which was Conk. I think they 100% need to revert Conk. I don't think that Conk was ever a problem. I would say Conk was a very, very cost-effective skill that scaled very high. Like, basically for the cost of the build, it was very, very good. That's really the only thing I think was, like, busted about Conk, is the ease of access. It's basically like Lightning Spear, right? Lightning Spear is super, super easy to get going. You pretty much don't need anything. You just need that Widow Hail, and you're good to go. You're fucking zooming, right? But, like, it never reached the ceiling that Lightning Spear ever got to. It never ever got to that level. So like I think that they could probably revert Conk, and if they really wanted to, like maybe make it so that you need a little bit more equipment to make it strong. Instead of just a Widow Hail and a Quiver, like make it, add some other stuff to it that make it a little bit, to get it to a point. Why should they gut and a good Ascendancy and make a shitty one look better? No, I think this is overpowered. Because the thing is, here's the thing, right? So specifically for this one, right? Thrilling Chase, they have to now, going forward, every single skill they add into the game that has frenzy charges in it, they have to make it so that it is not overpowered with this ability. Which also means, going forward, unless you're playing Deadeye with that skill, it's never going to be viable. Because if you make a skill that uses frenzy charges be viable for other classes, that just means Deadeye is going to take that frenzy charge skill and take it to the fucking moon, and we're going to end up with Wind Serpent's Fury one-shotting everything. That's not going to happen. It's the same reason why I said that they needed to nerf Gemling last league with the attribute stacking, because every time they make an attribute stacking skill or whatever, as long as Mercenary exists, they can never make it so that those things are usable by other classes, because it's so strong at that one thing. Anytime they make an ability, an item, a skill, whatever it might be, right, that interacts with that specific archetype, you can never, they always have to be thinking about this Ascendancy. Every single time they add a skill that was like consumes frenzy charges for extra abilities, this Ascendancy will come into mind, and they have to balance it around it. And just because this is so strong at using it, pretty much as long as it's able to be used by any other class, this class will take that skill and make it just ridiculously powerful. So what we were saying is pretty much kill the Ascendancy? No! Like I said, this Ascendancy is perfectly fine without this. Last league, Deadeye was one of the most popular Ascendancies. And it didn't have this. Last league, it was one of the best Ascendancies, and it didn't have this. So they get them making this weaker will not, like, it's just gonna basically balance the game. This is just too strong. It's just too strong. Okay. So the other thing is we're back to Pathfinder. Pathfinder, the concoction skills, 100%. We need to bring it back up, right? We need to bring this back up. I think that they absolutely gutted it, and I don't think it deserved it. Again, maybe you could argue that it was too powerful too easily, kind of like Lightning Spear is, right? But the ceiling was never as high as Lightning Spears. So I think you need to bring this back. Maybe you could like make it so that the scaling is a little bit different, to where you need a little bit more to scale it higher. But other than that, I also think Pathfinder as an Ascendancy still needs to be taken a look at, because, and maybe it's not that, maybe it's just that poison needs to be better, because as it stands right now, this right here, overwhelming toxicity, doubling the poisons, like, I'd rather have a better, bigger initial hit than stacking small poison hits. Like, you could just scale, like, crit damage, crit chance on your tree, and you could never worry, you just don't have to worry about, like, the poison stacks, and you'll probably have just as good, if not of a better skill, than, like, stacking the poisons. I think stacking the poisons and then using this, you just sacrifice too much damage. Why would I want to kill a monster in 10 hits if I could kill it in 2? Like, right now, it's just doesn't really work very well right now. So I think they need to relook at poisons, or relook at Pathfinder poisons. The other thing is, like, Contagious Contamination, pretty garbage. It's why is it weaker than Herald of Plague, which is or Herald of what is it? Herald of something. Not Herald of Plague. What is it called? I'm blanking. Oh, yeah, it's Herald of Plague. Okay, Herald of Plague, right? Why is it weaker than Herald of Plague when Herald of Plague is already weak? We need an aggregated version of Poison like Bleed? Maybe. Like, why is this weaker than an already weak ability? It doesn't make a sense. So I think poisons need to be relooked at a little bit. And also Pathfinder maybe. Again, I think if we really my ideal, right, is where it's kind of like this. This was to a too high degree again. This was too overpowered. But in theory, in concept, I really like this. Ascendancies should make certain skills strong. Even if the skill itself isn't very strong or the archetype's not very strong, if you play that Ascendancy with those skills, it makes it strong. Right now, Pathfinder just doesn't enable poison skills to a point where I would say that it's good. Again, Conk was really good last season, but that's all it had for it, right? I think the movement speed stuff is pretty cool. It does enable some stuff, so this is like the only area where I see like, oh yeah, Pathfinder's kind of sick. It does like the movement speed stuff, where you can do like incinerate and whatever, just make fast builds. But everything else is kind of garbo as it stands. So I think if they really wanted to make Pathfinder like the poison ascendancy, they really need to flesh out the poison stuff more. Maybe make poison do like, you know, I don't know. Again, maybe have it like spread more, make poisons do more damage, make like poisons like reduce chaos resistance, things like that. Pathfinder's only built a class that would probably make points builds with, otherwise like a lack of damage due to not enough stacks. I wouldn't say that's the case per se. Maybe this season because the poison skills are just that weak or something. But last season, I made a really strong poison burst arrow Deadeye that would not have been as good as a Pathfinder. Because I just basically scaled crit chance, crit damage, and it just did way outperformed whatever I could do it on a Pathfinder. As long as the way that ailments works is that the more damage you deal on your initial hit, the more damage your ailment does. I think stacks are always going to lose out to bigger hits and bigger numbers. So that's what I feel about Pathfinder. Amazon, maybe a little bit scaling for this, right? Maybe some scaling. But overall, I don't think Amazon was terrible. I know a lot of people played Amazon. It was the most played class, right, on Poe Ninja. I know it was like the most played class, but I don't know if that's just because it was the new class or if it was like actually that crazy. I wonder if they rework ailments with work less of the hit, but I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. Like when I look at this, right? When I look at this tree, I actually think like this stuff, right? Predatory instinct and for the kill wasn't even that good. I didn't find the elemental infusions like I didn't see any crazy builds with this either. The only thing that really like stood out was critical strike. And if everybody's playing it for critical strike, maybe it's about buffing some of these other stuff and then rebalancing the numbers here a little bit. Why do I think Amazon okay-ish? I mean, I just don't know enough about it. Like I this looks really strong, right? I know this is really, really strong. This is really, really strong. I know that. And probably it's like why all these like builds exist, like these lightning arrow builds for Amazon, and like became like a really, really a thing. But like when we think about like classes that are like overpowered, I think most people thought about Deadeye and Blood Mage, right? Amazon, while popular, I don't think anybody really like thought it was like way too strong. But that just might be my network and like what I've seen and heard. Maybe it's just something that like I didn't realize. She gave 100% attack scaling. Yeah, I mean, again, I think that this could be rescaled, right? This could be rescaled. That's what I said. This is probably like numbers wise could be tweaked. Number wise, this could be tweaked. The problem is this one is not like a numbers thing. This is not like a numbers thing because like if you made this a chance, which is what they did last season, it's just useless. So this just needs to be reworked completely. This needs to be gutted and changed. This needs to be changed to something else. Last season, we had this as like 50% chance to consume charges, and it was like unused, right? So clearly, it's either an all or nothing type of situation for this. That's why it needs to be changed. Yeah. Hope they buff more crossbow skills and give Mercenary more grenade energies system. I do think crossbow is going to probably get some sort of rework at some point. There's no problem with Amazon, but with the critical hit node, the sphere's accuracy saving scale in the tree, like it might just also be, right? Like the existence of like Falcon dive, Falcon technique. Like there's just so much like accuracy synergy on the tree and like attack speed synergy and stuff like that that I just ended up being like, this is like very, very strong. I just don't know enough about this, and I haven't seen the builds at scale to super high levels to really speak on like what exactly is going to be going on with Amazon. I know it's good, but I just don't know the extent of how good it is. Ritualists. I see Ritualist as a very, very, very strong ascendancy, but only for the rich people. It's a very strong stat stacker. I think that they need to relook at things like this, like Ritual Sacrifice and Whispers on Demand. This seemed very useless. The fact that you had to like use this skill and there's like this long animation, it felt like kind of weird because there's like Headhunter, which just gives you stuff instantly, right? Blood Boil was also fairly underwhelming. It seemed a little bit like a gimmick. Yeah, it seemed little gimmicky. Basically, this was like an ascendancy. This is what you got it for. Rings, extra ring slot, and more rings and more effect, which I think is fine because this is like it's based off of how well you gear your character. Like if you don't have good gear, then this is kind of useless. Sprinkles on a cupcake for Herald of Blood. Sacrifice suffers the same problem as temper weapon. No one's gonna try to stop smell the roses 5 times on the map. Yeah. Yeah, it's like you said, Microcosm, half the ascendancies are dead. This is the only thing you really get it for. And they need to buff this stuff. It's not a weak ascendancy though. It's strong. Like people had some really strong builds with Ritualist, but it's just that you can't use it unless you're extremely rich. Let's see what Amazon can do. Is seeing a Polish streamer with one Chinese extra crossbow. I mean, yeah, it sounds like the thing is just like super high scaling damage, right? Maybe numbers be tweaked. I'd like the thing as a concept though. It's a cool concept. Tactician. I think I talked about Tactician before in like a video. It just feels like it's a little bit of everything, but not really good at anything. I talked about this in a video before. I don't remember specifically like how I specifically phrased it in that video because I did a little bit of research. it's like there's like a lot of like gimmick stuff. Like pinned is all right, but like there's not enough you could do with pin other than just like making mobs not move. I heard people had some funny stuff with like the what is it? Giving your minions like extra attack damage, but that's kind of about it. Banner stuff, like I don't know. I just don't think banners like the stuff you get from here is just way worse than Banner Man. Like Banner Man is really like the only thing that I'd say banner users really need and want. And this stuff right here, like placing multiple banners and stuff, are just like not very useful. And like increased area effect doesn't matter if you have Banner Man. You just keep placing down banners when it's gone, and then you just go. Banners are trash. I've seen quite a few banner skills. There's quite a few people who like swear by banners. They like don't like they love banners. The thing that enables banners is Banner Man again. Like what was it called? Very early on, who was it that used banners? Hold up. Let's go to my video because I think I listed his video. Lurthos, right? So he had a thing where he was just using Banner Man every couple seconds. So let me see. Was it here? Yeah. So he every couple seconds he places down a banner, basically, right? And it doesn't matter. Like so it gave him like a lot of attack speed that his build needed to just like move fast. A lot of people swear by the banner. Again, I don't use banners. I think it's really annoying to upkeep them. But the thing is, banners give you a lot of bonus for nothing. Basically, it's like it makes up for a lot of like you can basically use it to make up for a lot of things that you don't have or don't want to like invest into, as long as you're willing to place a banner down every couple seconds. He did the calculations and he said that putting down the banners still is faster for him than not putting down the banners. So again, it makes up for your build not having certain things, and you could power it up in other areas. I love the skill. It's stuck in tiny places. It's annoying. Yeah, the Whirling Slash build was a lot of fun. But yeah, if you want banners, right, it felt like this was kind of really the only thing you really even wanted, and this was kind of useless. And yeah, you know, yeah, like your support banner stuff, but again, you don't need this. This is not necessary. So the banner stuff is just not good, right? And then they also this other thing right here, where is it? Supporting fire end up just being like a complete trash skill. So like they need to buff this. Because I thought this was pretty cool when they released the footage of it. I was like, oh, this is sick. This will be cool. But then it ended up just being like not good. So they need to buff this. And now they have like totems here. Like, oh, why? Again, it's just like there's just too many weird, like it's just the Ascendancy is not good at anything. It's just like a bunch of stuff that doesn't really synergize with one another. And like this is like maybe like a team play Ascendancy, but like again, I don't think they should make stuff specifically for team play. It just ends up being like nobody really uses it. When supporting fire was announced, it was clear it was either going to be trash or totally OP. Yeah, they need to fix it. Witch Hunter was another one that I never played Witch Hunter, so I need to do research on it when I talked about it. but this definitely needs to take a look at. I think like sorcery ward, for example, was one of the things that we talked about on the video that I made, where it was just saying like there's not really much of a reason to go sorcery ward when you could just like go like energy shield. And sorcery ward is just kind of like worse energy shield a lot of times. Which hunter needs Jesus? And then like the concentration stuff is like very vague. Like nobody really knows how the concentration works. They need to like make this clearer and probably better as well. If Calling Strike calculates after hit, it would be so good. Yeah. But unfortunately it doesn't. So overall, this would just needs help. Again, if you want to hear more of an in-depth explanation, I was a lot more knowledgeable when I was making a video because for it, which you know, on my channel, I talk about the ascendancies that need to be buffed. This is one of them. Gemling, I honestly don't think Gemling is terrible. But the thing is, in its current state, if you want to play Stat Stacker, you just play Ritualist. Ritualist is just a better stat stacker than Gemling at the moment. Gemling is cheaper, right? You can stat stack for a lot cheaper, but the ceiling of the stat stacking just doesn't compare to Ritualist. If you want Gemling to be a stat stacker, I think they probably nerfed it a little bit too much. I think maybe they just need to pull the numbers back a little bit to make it so that the it becomes a better stat stacker than this. Or at least comparable. That's all I can say. I also think some of the stuff is like very weird. Like some of these like Ascendancy nodes are probably just never used. Like maximum cold resistance per socketed. Like nobody's gonna use that. Like nobody cares about that. Everybody's just going for quality of skills and like these. Like everybody's basically going here and here. I actually did have some use for the cost of skill reduction, so I'm not going to say it's completely useless, right? And attribute, but like, yeah. Integrated efficiency is so busted though. 20% crit chance per socketed blue. 20% increase crit damage per socketed red. I think it might just be that it's just too much of an investment to get to. Generally is godly. The inner right node at the top of enhanced effectiveness gives 100% crit better than most. I think it might just be that it's just a little bit too deep in here. Use doubles of course easy to get the colors, I guess. I mean, I still think it might be better like here, or if it had a better build up, it might be better. But yeah, I think for the stat stacking stuff though, it is pretty weak. If it is supposed to be the stat stacking class, they should bring it back up a little bit. Again, not to season 1 levels, but I think in general, right now it's a little bit too gimped, especially compared to like Ritualist, which you can stack way better. And then for the Warrior Ascendancies, I actually don't think that they need to be changed. We talked about it in the podcast with Angormus, but the Warrior Ascendancies are pretty dang strong. Like, Hulking Form is probably one of the strongest Ascendancy nodes in the game. It's probably one of the strongest Ascendancy nodes in the game. And then with Warbringer, Turtle Charm is super good for defensives. And then also, this is just crazy strong, right? You have zero worries about your resistances and stuff like that. You just put everything into offensives on your gear. The problem with Warrior just comes from the fact that maces are just, I don't know. It's not even maces. It's like, one, they feel clunky to play, but then also armor is just in a bad place. I think that's the big part, just like armor being in such a bad place that like warrior at the end of the day just ends up being like, hey, this class kind of it's just where it sits on the tree. It's just where it sits on the tree. If warrior was like up here, over here, it would be insanely strong. It would be insane. Smith armor nodes and res are goated, then the last 3 nodes are barely used. Yeah, I think they're Smith right now. It is true that you pretty much just go for the same thing on every build. There's some nodes that are just way more powerful than others, and it's like, why would you ever go Smith if you don't go those nodes? So I think warriors are actually in a very, very good place. I don't know if I would say that Titan is like warrior has the strongest ascendancies, right? Because like in the podcast, that's what Angorma said. He thinks that warrior is the strongest class if you're just talking about ascendancies alone. I don't know if I really agree with that, but it's definitely a very, very powerful ascendancy that I don't think anybody can disagree that warrior has some of the strongest ascendancy nodes on there. Titan still viable for starter? Oh yeah, 100%. I'd say like warrior is probably, well, we'll see about 0.3, right? But in 0.2, warrior was one of the best, if not the best, starting ascendancy, like a starting class. Like it's just very, very solid, not very gear dependent to like do well. Like skills did a ton of damage. It was good, but the thing is, it's just the part of the tree. It just ends up armor falls off late, and then also the skills themselves are slow and clunky. Yeah, warrior is one of the best starts. I still like Invoker the most. I think Invoker is very good. Invoker is very good. Damage falls off late because every class is damage late. You just need to get around the map and hit the screen. Yeah. I mean, I think like, for example, like the leap slam builds are pretty good. Like I think like Carnarius, right, had a really, really good leap slam build last season. And let's see. Was this it? Yeah, I think it was okay, right? The leap slam stuff was decent. It's still very slow though. Like let's be real, right? But also I think Asta also had like a much faster warrior, if I remember correctly. I think it was this one, right? Like it's like you can make it work-ish, but like here, let me find where does he start clearing the map? Where the heck did he start clearing the map? It's like okay, right? It's like not terrible, but it's still the attack, like Stampede is like the only one that's like a little bit less clunky. And like even then, it's like it just doesn't compare. The thing is like the ranged attacks in this game are just so strong too that like, yeah, you might blow up the entire screen with one hit, but it takes you like, 5 seconds to get that one hit off, and it just doesn't compare to skills like lightning arrow that just like kill the entire screen and like instantly. I think if Druid is as warriors using Druid skills will be insane. Yeah. It's like, you can make it okay, but they're still just, at the end of the day, very slow and require a lot of very, like, heavy investment in the end game to, like, clear, like, any other build. I don't like Giant's Blood existing in the current form because it feels way too mandatory. I do think Giant's Blood feels kind of mandatory. Because you need to have a two-handed hand. Even if you're using a shield, you need to have a two-handed weapon. It's just that, like, there's no reason to use a one-handed mace if you could use a two-handed one in the game right now. Why even compare? This is Warrior. It must be clunkier than any other build. Yeah. Weapons won't be active during shapeshift? No. You cannot. The shapeshift is unarmed. Is it possible to change the UI in the game, like the font? I don't know. Like, I think, like, maybe the font that he has in the game right now is because he has a Korean client. But let's see. I think Kingpin is also a Korean client guy. And he has he's using English. His game's in English. So it might be a Korean client thing and a Korean language thing. I don't know. But it might very well be like different font. Like you can change the font. But not everything's changed in this, right? Like, for example, this font is like the same. Like this stuff right here, but this stuff has changed. So maybe he did edit the game files to change the font. I use one-handed on my Merc for Leap Slam weapon swap. Proving most all skills slowdown could work. One-handed skill speed, two-handed for high damage and hit. I think it's the StarCraft font. Like potentially, yeah. He might have changed the font files. Yeah, that's what I think about the Ascendancies. Honestly, it's just, I don't know. There's a lot of them that do need changes. But I do think that they're minor changes, if anything. But I do know that GGG is planning on making big changes to Ascendancies. They talked about Ascendancies as something that they wanted to focus on, and they want the Ascendancies to all feel very different from one another. So this patch specifically 0.3, I'm expecting quite a few Ascendancy changes. Like the moment that he said it was here. I think I have just like a short snippet of it, right? This one. When he did this interview with a Japanese streamer.
Some Ascendancy classes are certainly too weak and some are too strong. And compared to PoE 1, I want to make sure that each Ascendancy class plays very differently. And so that's been our kind of primary goal for how we're designing them.
Hey guys, so yeah, Jonathan himself said that he understands that certain Ascendancies are too weak and some Ascendancies are too strong. So I do, and he says it's a priority for them as well. So I do see this upcoming patch being one where they go out and just like, hey, let's go and change these Ascendancies up. Trusting Jonathan again. What's your opinion of Chayula? It's too weak right now. I think Chayula is too weak and the chaos damage is too weak for Chayula to work. Chayula will be good at Copium. Did you check the latest last Epoch 1.3? The game is constantly going in a great direction. I haven't. No. I'm just too deep in the Po2 sauce right now that even after they come out, like even after the last Epoch season launches, I don't even know if I'll play it, to be honest. Because like I feel like given the fact that they're giving us patch notes, right? I feel like I'm going to be busy just doing like season prep. Even after last Epoch launches, given the fact that they're giving us patch notes, I think that, because right here, right? after this live stream. During GG live stream, we'll cover everything. After the live stream, Jonathan Mark will answer your questions with Ziggy, followed by the patch notes. So given that they're giving patch notes so early this time around, I'm probably going to start going deep into like some POB stuff and like start coming out with like league starters and things like that I think will be good and making like a video for it. I think Invoker needs a rework or just remove Meditate. I think Meditate is very strong for hardcore, but outside of that, it might be never really used. Say for me, I'm POBing. I'm out on LE these days. 2 Arcade only lasts 2 to 3 days. Yeah. I think it's just like at the end of the day, right? LE is just not. I'm not going to say LE is a bad game. I think LE is a good game, but it's just not the type of game that I want to play as an ARPG because I want to be like getting deep into like, you know, the game. I want to like, it's like you guys are saying, right? LE is just very much you get your build done in like 2 to 3 days. And like you can min-max more, of course. But like for the majority of it, you're really like starting to like hit a hard wall after a couple days. I also, again, just at the end of the day, LE, the combat in terms of the game feel, it's way too like, it feels like I'm cutting through using a knife, like it's like butter with a hot knife, cutting through butter with a hot knife. Every monster just feels very flimsy and like there's not much feedback when I hit the skills and stuff like that. LE gameplay loop is Bedge. Everyone is walking around monoliths hoping the world unique drops. Meditate is too strong on Storm pure power level. And Poe, you can't even min-max at the end of the season. But yeah, I think I'm probably gonna not play LE. It's just not. I played it last season, and it didn't hit it for me. It really just didn't. I respect LE as an ARPG. I respect what they're trying to do, but it's just not a game for me. Been trying to type all stream, but this Po2 talk he's putting me to sleep. I'm sorry, Scissors. Are you not going to play 0.3? Cutting through butter is what I thought of the first 20 minutes of LE, then I stopped playing at that point. Gen Z brain. Sir, how do I have a Gen Z brain? My brain is literally old man brain. Wait until BL4 drops. Got it. Yeah. Okay. I remember playing LE as kind of just going through the motions. Yeah, it really is. But I don't know. Maybe it's like part of it is because I go like because the game just doesn't feel good to play for me. That's why it felt like going through the motions for me. Because I could never truly enjoy it. That's why I could never see like everything the game has to offer. That's like another perspective that I have potentially. The reason why I didn't think LE was that great is because like the game at its core just doesn't feel good to play. So like, how can I enjoy the game when actually playing the game is like not that fun? I guess Shadow and I have to kiss now. Missing out last eve on LC it's fun blasting through the new stuff. Season 3 has me loving life 2 or more days or so. Yeah, I mean everybody who enjoys LE, I'm not gonna say you should not enjoy the game. Like, you know, I think LE is a good game. I really do. I think there are some really cool systems that they have in the game. I think it's very like they have some innovative stuff with like drops and solo self-found and stuff like that. I think it does what it does well, but it's not the game for me. It's kind of like Diablo 4. I mean, I know it doesn't sound crazy. I always say this, but I always say this. There is an audience for Diablo 4. It's just not us. It's the 40-year-old, 50-year-old dads, 60-year-old dads, whatever it might be. Like they have to be at home. They, you know, have kids. They only have 30 minutes to play a game. And, you know, D4 gives them the ARPG enjoyment for that 30 minutes. They don't have to spend all day grinding. They don't have to spend whatever. Like, you know, they just hop in there, get their builds together, get it running in like 20 minutes and have it feel good. And then, yeah, You mean Elon? Yeah, I mean, I'm to be honest, like it's completely true. It's made for the Elon Musk of this world. D4 is made for the Elon Musk of this world. But just the majority of us who enjoy ARPGs are not the Elon Musk of this world. I really enjoyed the D4 campaign and thought I was really enjoying the game. Then you hit endgame and the truth just hits you. One thing D4 does well is buff display. I can't read this. What does it say? Also, I loved. Yeah. 3 acts come now confirmed. Where? Don't think PoE will ever shift focus on trade. I only play D4 on Tuesday because my weapon has an affix that gives 20% more damage during Tuesdays. Skills in D4 actually feel good to use on like LE, but yeah, endgame's not a thing. Yeah, again, I think that D4 has an audience, right? I don't think in its core, right, the core gameplay feel of D4 isn't bad. It's just that the gameplay loop and the systems in the game just aren't catered for us. They're not catered for people who are, you know, looking to play an actual RPG, have like meaningful progress, spend hours of your day grinding type of situation. Because I mean, I will pull out the chart again. I'll pull out the chart again, right? In Diablo 4, progression looks like this, right? You have like power and then time spent, or like, you know, and levels, right? Or whatever. In D4, the power levels look like this. You can get to like this level, or like power feeling, right? It's like how powerful your character feels. Okay? In Diablo 4, it goes like this. Early on, you go like this, right? And then you hit the next torment level, and it goes back down. And then you have to build it back up, and then you hit the next torment level, and it goes back down. Build it up, right? And then you hit endgame, and you're good, right? Whereas with Path of Exile and other ARPGs, it's like this, where like you feel very weak at the beginning, but then at some point, like maybe like 6 hours in, you hit a spike, and then it levels off, right? As you level. So it's like D4, it's really good for people that don't have time to play games because you feel very, very strong very early on. Because all you do is you complete your sets or whatever, right? And then you get your end game build running. But then your end game build starts, you know, you get to a point where it's like, oh, I go to the next torment level or whatever it's called. And then now your gear that you gotten is like poop. But you got to a point where you're feeling on top of the world like 20, 30 minutes into the game. I remind you of pirate software. Do you see the DM podcast yesterday with Gazzy and Brian? I have not. Can I put a voice filter on next? Oh, yeah. This is Diablo 4, and this is the curve at Diablo 4. I know this because I worked at Blizzard, and I know how the developers at Blizzard think. And I was, did I remind you that I was the first second generation Blizzard employee? Yep. So that's Diablo in a nutshell. And this is mostly our other RPGs. But okay, folks. I have kind of a headache tonight. I also wake up early. So, and it's approaching the end of the stream anyways. So I unfortunately need to end the stream soon. But don't worry, we have our last section of the stream, which is the gacha giveaway. This is the part of the stream where we do a pool on our gacha game. And if you get a 3-star horse or an SSR card in the gacha game, you win a prize. All you do to participate is by playing this marbles game, and if you win, you get to participate in the gacha game. And if you win if you get the right pool, you get a $10 gift card. So come on down, folks. This is Twitch only, though. I apologize to all our YouTube enjoyers. Sadly, this does not integrate with YouTube. So you're gonna have to come over here on Twitch to participate. You can go, it doesn't. You don't have to spend a ton of time here. Just come in here, and then you could enter your thingy, and then you could even just go back to YouTube right afterwards. Type in !play to join over here on Twitch to join the giveaway. My favorite time on stream. What is this? Oh my god, is this? Can we have? Shut the hell up, man. All right, !play to join, folks. !play to join. I'm gonna give. There's a little bit of a delay on YouTube. I know that, so I'm gonna give the YouTube enjoyers some time to pop over here if they, in case they do want to participate in this. Okay, we're gonna start here, and you have 60-second countdown. 60 seconds to join, folks. !play to join. I didn't play any games today. I mean, you know that. But we spent quality time together talking about the game, right? And that's better than playing games. Like, honestly, most people, like, when they're watching a Path of Exile stream, it's not like they're watching the gameplay for the most time. Unless maybe the person play hardcore, right? Most of the time, it's just you're just listening to people yap. You're just listening to people yap. Is the timer for the next league reveal? Yeah, the timer is for the live stream. Which, by the way, again, reminder to everybody, me, Dead Rabbit, Kaltorak are going to be co-streaming the live stream together when it goes live, right? So me, Dead Rabbit, Kaltorak doing a co-stream for the live stream. Come hang out with us. We will all three of us will be on Discord chatting about everything and reacting to everything live. Our chats will be connected, so you can join any of our streams, and you'll still be able to hear us. And there'll also be Twitch drops, so hang out and get the Twitch drops. And then directly after the stream, we will be doing the Path to Exile podcast. The next episode of the Path to Exile podcast, we'll be doing that live. So we'll all get funneled into my stream afterwards, and and then we'll start the Path of Exile podcast. Oh, you can't see top number 1? Oh, sorry about that. But yeah, the other thing about the Path to Exile podcast is I think next Monday is going to be the next episode of the Path to Exile podcast, and we'll be having Mr. Darth Microtransaction, Mr. DM, on our podcast. So that is going to be also very exciting and fun. So yeah, some really cool stuff coming. Ooh, Marcel, absolutely just getting destroyed. All right, Deathtooth is in the lead, and Yi is in second, and Flubish in third. But we have a pretty large lead by Deft and Yi, so can people catch up? Yi is now in the lead, overtaking Deft. Flubish, really the only one potentially still in the competition. I don't know. Though, if anybody goes down this middle path, there is a good chance that they could catch up. Mizo and Dio are my favorite people. You sure as no. Appreciate that, man. All right, come on, baby. Let's see. Can anybody catch up to the lead right now? Or is Yishu going to be in the lead for the remainder of this marbles game? I mean, I'm going to be honest, guys. I apologize, but some of you guys back here are probably just never going to make it. Yeah, Mr. Scissors, I think it's curtains for you. What the hell did Shadow just do? That man just skipped a bunch of stuff and is going down the path real quickly. Oh. Flew bish. Ooh, and he sticks the landing. Wait a second. How did I die? Wait a second. Is he going to win? Is he going to be the winner? Oh, wait, no. Shadow coming in hot. Coming in the last second. Oh, sticks the landing. Wait a second. Shadow coming in out from left field. Doesn't even get stuck on in the hole. And boom. Congratulations, Shadow, on the win. But, so Shadow gets to do the pool today. I apologize to everybody else who, is not in first place. But we could still definitely have a second place right now. Oh, Deft, are you gonna make it? Where did Flu go? Flu was in first place like this whole time and just absolutely got destroyed by Shadow, and then Deft is now somehow in second place. Flu, oh man, something really happened there. Oh, you have been stuck for days. Wait a second. Are you not even gonna get third place? Don't do this, man. Don't do this. You don't want this. You don't want this. Oh, well, third place it is. And fourth is Skiris. Fifth is Sato. Sixth is Ross. Seventh is Yi. Eighth is Dimitri. Oh no, Scissors. Absolutely getting destroyed. But there it is, folks. Unfortunately, these folks didn't quite make it. They died. And everybody else, they made it. But Shadow is the only one to get to do the pool. Good luck, sir. I wish you the best. Again, 3-star, right? 3-star horse is going to give you the prize. Good luck, sir. By Marvel at Poe 2 movement speed. Oh, unfortunately, that is a 1-star horse. Sadly, you did not win the Yacha giveaway. But don't worry, even if you didn't win today, there's always a chance that you win tomorrow. But guys, that wraps us up for tonight. Thanks for hanging. Thanks for watching. I appreciate it. We're going to raid over to Mr. Dead Rabbit, our lovely Path to Exile co-host, good friend. Hopefully you guys enjoy his stream. And I will see y'all tomorrow. Thanks for hanging. And have a good rest of your day, evening, night. Peace.